Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I never believed in ghosts before I started working at the Basement, this old music venue and nightclub in Evanston. It's this converted warehouse space from like the 1920s, all brick walls and exposed pipes, with a main stage area, a couple bars, and these winding hallways that lead to storage rooms and offices. I took the job as a bartender about 7 months ago because I needed the cash while finishing my degree. The pay was decent, the tips were good, and the staff seemed cool. No one mentioned anything about ghosts during my interview, that's for sure. It was about 2 weeks in when I first noticed something weird. I was closing up the main bar after a particularly busy Friday night show. The crowd had left, the band was packing up, and most of the staff had already headed out. I was wiping down the counter when I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. I looked up, expecting to see one of my co-workers, but there was nobody there, just this weird shadow that seemed to disappear around the corner. I figured I was just tired. The second time it happened, I was refilling stock in the back room. I was carrying a case of beer when I saw someone walk past the doorway. I called out, "Hey, can you give me a hand with this?" but got no answer. When I poked my head out to look, the hallway was empty. I remember standing there for a good minute, just staring at the empty space, feeling like someone was watching me. After the third or fourth time this happened, I finally mentioned it to Alyssa, one of the other bartenders who'd been there for years. We were setting up before opening, and I tried to sound casual when I said, "So I keep seeing things around here that make me jump, like a ghost or something." I laughed it off, expecting her to think I was being ridiculous. But Alyssa just nodded matter-of-factly and said, "Oh yeah, that's just the ghost. We all see it." I thought she was messing with me, but then Marcus, the sound guy, overheard us and chimed in. "Yeah, the ghost is definitely real. We had a new security guy quit last month after his first weekend. Wouldn't even say why, but he was white as a sheet when he left." I couldn't believe they were serious. "Wait, you guys actually believe there's a ghost here? For real?" Alyssa shrugged. "Believe whatever you want, but you'll keep seeing things. Everyone does eventually." After that conversation, the sightings became more frequent. I'd see shadows moving when there shouldn't be any. Sometimes I'd be alone in the bar area before opening, and I'd hear footsteps upstairs in the office area. I'd go check, and nobody would be there. Once, I was sure I heard someone call my name when I was alone in the stockroom. It was definitely a man's voice, but when I turned around, there was no one there. About 2 months in, things started getting weirder. I'd feel cold spots in certain areas of the building. Not just a little chilly, but like walking through a freezer for a second. Then it would be gone. There was this one spot near the backstage area where I'd always feel it. I started avoiding that hallway when I could. The staff had all kinds of theories about who the ghost might be. Marcus thought it was a former worker who died in an accident back in the 60s, when the place was still a warehouse. Jen, one of the managers, believed it was a musician who overdosed in the green room in the 80s before the current owners took over. Nobody really knew for sure, but everyone had a story. 3 months into the job, I had my first real encounter. I was cleaning the women's bathroom after closing. It was around 3 a.m., and I was the last one there besides Rick, the night manager, who was doing paperwork in his office upstairs. I was mopping the floor when I felt a distinct chill. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I had this overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me. I turned around, half expecting to see something, but the bathroom was empty. I finished quickly and headed for the door. As I opened it, I could have sworn I saw someone standing on the other side, like they were about to walk in. I jumped back and gasped, but when the door swung fully open, there was nobody there. I called out for Rick, thinking maybe he had come downstairs, but there was no answer. I practically ran to finish the rest of my cleaning that night. About a week later, I had an even weirder experience in that same bathroom. I'd gone in to quickly use the restroom during my shift. When I came out of the stall and was washing my hands, I distinctly heard the door open and close behind me. I glanced in the mirror, expecting to see another employee, but no one was reflected there. Yet I could feel a presence in the room with me, as clearly as if someone was standing right behind me. My skin was covered in goosebumps, and the air felt heavy, almost electric. I dried my hands quickly and turned around, still seeing nothing, but as I walked to the door and pulled it open, I felt it like I was passing through someone. There was this cold resistance, almost like walking through a curtain of ice water, and for just a split second, I could have sworn I saw the outline of a person standing directly in front of me. Then it was gone, and I was alone in the hallway, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I told Alyssa about it the next day, and she wasn't even surprised. Yeah, that happens sometimes. The bathroom seems to be one of its favorite spots. Jen had the same thing happen to her last year. It became almost normal after that. I'd catch glimpses of someone walking past doorways when I knew I was alone. I'd feel cold spots in random places. Sometimes I'd hear whispers that seemed to come from empty rooms. I started acknowledging it, even saying, "Excuse me," when I felt like I was walking through a cold spot. I don't know why, but it just felt polite. Then about a month ago, things took a turn I definitely wasn't expecting. It was a Wednesday night, which are usually slow. We'd had a small local band playing, and they wrapped up early. Most of the staff had already left, and I was doing inventory in the storage room behind the main bar. It was just me and Rick in the building, and he was upstairs. I was counting bottles on a shelf, my back to the room, when I felt it. A distinct squeeze on my butt, followed by what felt exactly like someone tickling my side. It wasn't aggressive or scary, more like a playful pinch. I spun around, expecting to see one of my co-workers playing a prank, but the room was completely empty. There was no place for anyone to hide, and I hadn't heard the door open or close. I stood there for a second, processing what had just happened. I'd been touched by spirits before, years ago when I was a kid in my grandmother's house, so I recognized the sensation. But this was different. It wasn't scary or threatening. It was almost flirtatious. As weird as it sounds, I started laughing. I wasn't offended or frightened. It just struck me as hilarious that after all the creepy encounters, the ghost had basically decided to cop a feel. I finished my inventory as quickly as possible and headed home. My husband was still up watching TV when I got in, and I immediately told him what happened. "Babe, you're not going to believe this, but I think I just got felt up by a ghost at work." He paused his show and looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "You what?" I explained everything, the history of sightings, the cold spots, and finally, the butt squeeze incident. To his credit, he didn't dismiss it, though I could tell he wasn't entirely convinced. "Maybe it was just your imagination, or your clothes shifted or something." I shook my head. "No way. It was definitely a squeeze, like fingers, and then the tickle afterward. There's no way I imagined that." The next night at work, I decided to ask if anyone else had experienced something similar. We were having a slow period before the headliner went on, and a few of us were hanging out behind the bar. "So, has anyone else ever been, touched by the ghost?" I tried to sound casual, but everyone immediately turned to look at me. Alyssa was the first to respond. "Wait, did it happen to you too?" "Too? So it's happened to you?" She nodded. "About 3 months ago, I was closing alone, and I swear something felt me up when I was counting the register, like hands sliding up my sides. I nearly screamed." Jen chimed in next. "It happened to me in the office. I was filing paperwork, and something tugged on my hair. Not hard, but like how you'd tease someone, and then I felt something brush against my back." I couldn't believe we were all having such similar experiences. And you guys weren't scared? I mean, at first, sure, Jen said. But it didn't feel threatening, just playful. Exactly, I exclaimed. That's how it felt to me, too. Rick had walked over during our conversation and was listening with an increasingly uncomfortable expression. Wait, are you all saying the ghost has been sexually harassing you? We all looked at each other and then burst out laughing. The way he said it, so serious and concerned, was just too funny. I guess technically, yeah, Alyssa said, still laughing, but it's not like we can file a complaint with HR against a ghost. Rick ran his hand through his hair, looking genuinely distressed. This isn't funny. If this was a person doing this, it would be completely unacceptable. Have you ever experienced anything with the ghost? I asked him. He hesitated, then nodded. Yeah, I've seen it plenty of times, usually just out of the corner of my eye. And I've heard footsteps following me when I'm alone, but it's never touched me. Maybe it only likes women, Jen suggested. Or maybe Rick isn't its type, Alyssa added, which made us laugh even harder. Poor Rick looked completely lost about how to handle what was essentially supernatural sexual harassment in his workplace. I don't know what to do with this information. Should we call someone, like a priest or something? I put my hand on his arm. Rick, honestly, none of us are upset about it. If anything, it's kind of funny. We're not scared. Yeah, Jen agreed. It's friendly, just a bit frisky. The frisky ghost of the basement, Alyssa said, raising her water glass like she was making a toast. Long may he haunt. The conversation moved on to other topics after that, but I could tell Rick was still processing it all. Later that night, he pulled me aside and asked if I was really okay. I'm serious, he said. If you're uncomfortable at all, we can look into having someone come in, like a medium or something. I assured him I was fine. Honestly, it's not threatening. It's just part of working here now, like the sticky floor and the broken ice machine. After that night, I became more aware of the ghost's presence. Sometimes I'd feel it nearby, watching me work. The cold spots became familiar, and I'd often say a quick hello when I felt one. Once or twice I felt that same tickling sensation on my sides, or a light touch on my shoulder. It never felt scary, just like someone trying to get my attention or play around. Last week, we had a particularly busy night with a sold-out show. I was running the main bar with Alyssa, and we were slammed for hours. During a brief lull, I bent down to grab more ice, and I felt that now familiar squeeze on my butt again. I stood up quickly and turned around, but of course there was no one there, just the crowd of customers on the other side of the bar. Alyssa must have noticed my reaction because she raised an eyebrow at me. I mouthed "the ghost" to her, and she immediately knew what I meant. She giggled and shook her head. Later that night, when we were cleaning up, I was alone behind the bar when I distinctly felt something brush against my hair, like fingers running through it. The touch sent shivers down my spine, but not from fear. It was almost comforting in a weird way. I stood still for a moment and said quietly, "Thanks for keeping me company tonight." The temperature around me dropped suddenly, and I felt that same electric feeling in the air. Then, as clearly as if someone had whispered directly into my ear, I heard a soft laugh. It wasn't menacing or creepy, it sounded light, almost playful. Then the cold was gone, and the normal sounds of the empty venue returned. I haven't told anyone about the laugh yet. Somehow it feels more personal than the touches. I'm not scared, though. If anything, I'm curious. Who is this ghost? Why is it here? Why does it interact with us in the ways it does? The other night, I was looking up the history of the building online, trying to find any clues about who our frisky ghost might be. I found an old newspaper article from 1958 about a young musician who died in the building when it was a jazz club. According to the article, he was known for being quite the flirt and had a reputation for charming the ladies. He died in his 20s from a heart condition, collapsing during a performance. I don't know if that's our ghost, but it would explain a lot. Sometimes when I'm closing alone now, I'll talk to him. I've started thinking of the ghost as a him after reading that article. I'll tell him about my day or ask how his is going. I never get a verbal response, but occasionally I'll feel that familiar cold spot move closer, or I'll catch a shadow moving just at the edge of my vision. It's become such a normal part of working at the basement that I almost forget how strange it would sound to outsiders. My husband still thinks I'm making it up or exaggerating, although he's stopped arguing about it. My friends think it's hilarious and keep asking for updates on my ghost boyfriend, which I keep telling them is not what's happening. Last night was the strangest encounter yet. I was closing alone again. Rick trusts me with the keys now, and I was doing the final walkthrough to make sure everything was locked up. I was in the green room checking that the windows were secure when the door slammed shut behind me. I jumped and turned around, my heart racing. The room felt different, heavier somehow, like the air itself had thickened. The temperature dropped so dramatically that I could see my breath. I should have been terrified, but oddly I wasn't. Instead, I felt a strange calm. "Hello?" I said to the empty room. "Is that you?" No response, but the cold intensified. I could feel goosebumps rising on my arms. "You know, you could just say hi instead of slamming doors," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "It's much more polite." That's when I felt it, a distinct touch on my cheek, like someone was gently caressing it with their fingertips. It was so unexpected and so clearly intentional that I froze. The touch trailed down to my neck, then my shoulder, then was gone. I stood there for what felt like minutes but was probably only seconds. Then the cold began to recede, and the heaviness in the air lifted. The door, which had slammed shut on its own, slowly swung open again with a long, drawn-out creak. I finished my checks quickly after that and locked up, my mind racing. That touch had felt different from the playful pinches and tickles before. It had felt almost tender, intimate. I'm still trying to process what it means. I'm on my way to work now, and I can't help wondering what might happen tonight. I'm not sure if I should tell the others about this latest encounter. Part of me wants to keep it to myself, like it's a secret between me and the ghost, which sounds completely insane when I type it out like that. I don't know where this is all heading or what the ghost wants. All I know is that the basement has another regular now, one who doesn't show up on the schedule and definitely doesn't get paid. But he's there, watching, waiting, and occasionally letting his presence be known in ways that make us jump, laugh, or shake our heads. And honestly, I don't mind the company. Story 2. I never believed in ghosts or spirits or any of that supernatural stuff. Growing up in a Christian household, I was taught that God protects us from evil, and I guess I just never questioned it. That changed last summer when I temporarily moved back in with my grandmother and 2 aunts in Riverdale after my apartment lease ended. I needed a place to stay for a few weeks until my new place was ready, and they were happy to have me. Their home was exactly as I remembered from childhood, warm, comfortable, and filled with the scent of my grandmother's cooking. Since all the bedrooms were occupied, I slept on the living room couch. It wasn't ideal, but it was comfortable enough. The couch faced the front door, and there was this old lamp on an end table right above where I laid my head. My aunt's Shih Tzu, Benji, usually slept on the floor right next to me. He was a sweet little dog who barely made a peep most days. Everything was completely normal for the first week and a half. I'd sleep on the couch, wake up around 6 a.m. when my aunts were already in the kitchen preparing breakfast, and start my day. My grandmother would usually be in her rocking chair reading scripture by then. It was a peaceful routine. But what happened that Tuesday morning, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I woke up around 4:30 a.m. It was still dark outside, and the house was completely silent. This was unusual because my aunts typically got up around 5 a.m. to start cooking breakfast and prepare for the day. I remember checking my phone to confirm the time and thinking I should try to get more sleep before everyone else woke up. I wasn't fully awake, but I wasn't exactly asleep either. I was in that weird in-between state where your body feels heavy, but your mind is starting to become alert. Benji was still asleep on the floor beside the couch, breathing softly. I remember hearing the tick of the old grandfather clock in the dining room and the occasional creak of the house settling. I had my eyes closed, trying to drift back to sleep when I felt, I don't know how to describe it exactly. It was like a change in the air pressure of the room. Something just felt off. I opened my eyes, thinking maybe one of my aunts had gotten up early. That's when I saw them. Standing in front of the front door were 3 women. They were just there, standing perfectly still, facing me. Each of them wore these long, puffy black dresses that looked old-fashioned, like something from the Victorian era or something. The dresses reached the floor and had high necklines. Their hair was pulled back tightly, and they each held something at chest level, though I couldn't make out what it was. Maybe books or boxes. It was too dark to tell. But their faces, God, their faces. They were staring directly at me with these expressions of pure anger or hatred. Their eyes were fixed on me, unblinking. I couldn't make out many details in the dim light, but their faces seemed unnaturally pale against their dark clothing. The moment I saw them, my entire body went cold. It wasn't fear at first. It was more like my brain couldn't process what I was seeing. Who were these women? How did they get inside? Why were they standing there silently? And then the fear hit me like a truck. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I was completely paralyzed. All I could think to do was close my eyes. It was this instinctive reaction, like when you're a kid and think if you can't see the monster, it can't see you. The moment I shut my eyes, Benji started howling, not barking like he would at a stranger, but this long, mournful howl that I'd never heard him make before. It was the kind of sound that makes your skin crawl, like he was seeing something that terrified him. I kept my eyes squeezed shut, too afraid to open them. Benji continued howling for what must have been 2 minutes, though it felt so much longer. The sound he made was so unnatural and distressed that it only confirmed something was seriously wrong. In my head, I started reciting the Lord's Prayer over and over. Our Father, who art in heaven. It was something my grandmother had taught me to do when I was scared as a child. I didn't consciously decide to pray. The words just started flowing through my mind automatically. I repeated it silently over and over, clinging to each word like a lifeline. I stayed like that, eyes closed, mentally reciting the prayer for what felt like an eternity, but was probably about 20 minutes. My entire body was rigid with fear. I was afraid to move even a finger. Benji eventually stopped howling, but I could hear him whimpering softly beside the couch. After a while, I started hearing familiar sounds from elsewhere in the house. A bed creaking, footsteps in the hallway, a door opening. Normal morning sounds that indicated my family was waking up. I heard one of my aunts yawn as she walked toward the kitchen. I waited until I could hear her filling the coffee pot with water before I finally gathered the courage to open my eyes. My aunt called out a good morning to me, apparently noticing I was awake from the kitchen doorway. When I looked toward the front door, there was nothing there. No women in black dresses. No one staring at me with hatred. Just the front door, locked and secure as it had been when we all went to bed the previous night. I sat up, my shirt soaked with cold sweat. Benji was now fully alert, sitting on the floor and staring intently at the exact spot where I had seen the 3 women. His ears were perked up, and he seemed tense, but he wasn't howling anymore. "Did you sleep well?" my aunt called from the kitchen. I managed to mumble something in response, but I couldn't take my eyes off the empty space by the door. How could I explain what I'd seen? Would they think I was crazy or that I'd had a nightmare? I got up and checked the front door. It was locked from the inside with both the doorknob lock and the deadbolt. The chain was also in place. There was no way anyone could have come in or out without unlocking it from our side. The windows were all closed and locked too. Throughout that day, I kept playing the scene over and over in my head. Who were those women? Why were they looking at me with such anger? What were they holding? And most importantly, were they actually there? Or was I experiencing some kind of sleep paralysis or half dream? But Benji's reaction was what convinced me it wasn't just in my head. That dog saw something too. He never howled like that before or since. Animals can sense things we can't, right? I spent another 2 weeks in that house before moving to my new place, and nothing strange happened again. I slept on the same couch, in the same position, but the women never returned. I didn't tell my grandmother or aunts about what happened. They're deeply religious women who would either have been terrified or would have wanted to hold a prayer circle or something in the living room. Or worse, they might have thought I was making it up or had dreamed it. The thing is, I spent my entire childhood in that house. I visited regularly as an adult. I never experienced anything unusual or supernatural there before that night or since. The house never felt haunted or creepy. It was always a place of comfort and safety. I've tried researching the history of the house and the land it's built on. I've looked into the previous owners, wondering if 3 women might have died there or had some connection to the property. I've found nothing that explains what I saw. Sometimes I wonder if I was meant to see them, if they were trying to communicate something to me specifically. The way they stared at me with such intensity, it didn't feel random. It felt directed, purposeful. But what was the purpose? What did they want from me? It's been almost a year now, and I still think about those women several times a week. I've started keeping a small light on when I sleep in my new place. I can't stand the thought of waking up in complete darkness anymore. The image of those 3 women in their black dresses, their eyes fixed on me, their hands holding something at chest level, it's burned into my memory. Sometimes when I close my eyes at night, I see them standing there and my heart starts racing all over again. I don't know if they were ghosts or demons or just a hallucination. I don't know why they appeared to me that specific night and never again. I don't know why Benji reacted the way he did, but I know what I saw, and I know it was real. Whatever or whoever those 3 women were, they changed something in me. I no longer dismiss people's stories of supernatural encounters. I no longer feel completely safe in the dark, and I no longer doubt that there are things in this world that we can't explain, things that exist beyond our understanding. I just wish I knew why they came to me that dawn, and what they wanted. I have a feeling I'll never know, and that's almost scarier than the encounter itself. Damned. Story 3. My husband Max and I bought our dream house last year, a beautiful 2-story home right on the river. It needed some work, but we got it for a steal because of that. The previous owners were an elderly couple who had lived there for decades before moving to a retirement community. The house had good bones, as they say, but was stuck in the 1970s with wood paneling everywhere and some seriously outdated wiring. We spent 6 months renovating it, tearing down walls, updating the electrical system, modernizing the kitchen, and replacing the bathrooms. It was exhausting, but rewarding work. By the time we finished, it truly felt like our own space. For the first couple weeks after the renovations were complete, everything was perfect. We'd sit on our back deck in the evenings, watching the river flow by as the sun set. I remember telling Max that I couldn't believe our luck in finding this place. The first strange thing happened about a month after we finished the renovations. I was home alone, working from our home office upstairs. It was around 2 p.m. and I heard footsteps downstairs. Heavy, deliberate footsteps, like someone in boots, walking across our hardwood floors. I assumed Max had come home early from work, so I called out to him. No response. I went downstairs to find nothing. No one was there. All the doors were locked. I checked the security system, and it hadn't registered any doors or windows opening since Max left that morning. I chalked it up to the house settling, or maybe the pipes making noise. Old houses make weird sounds, right? But then it started happening more frequently. Footsteps when no one was there. Doors that I knew I'd closed would be open when I returned. Once I came downstairs in the morning to find all the kitchen cabinets standing open, even though I distinctly remembered closing them before bed. Max didn't experience anything at first, which made me question my sanity a bit. Was I just being paranoid? Was I hearing things? But then one night, about 2 months ago, we were both jolted awake by what sounded like someone pounding on our bedroom door. 3 loud, deliberate knocks that made the whole door shake. Max jumped out of bed and flung the door open, but the hallway was empty and dark. After that, we started to talk more openly about the strange occurrences. Max admitted he'd been feeling uneasy in the house too, like someone was watching him when he was alone. He'd been dismissing it, thinking it was just his imagination running wild after I shared my experiences. We did some research on the history of the house and the property, but nothing significant came up. No tragic deaths, no violent crimes. The land had once been part of a larger farm in the early 1900s before being subdivided for residential development. Nothing that would explain what we were experiencing. About a month ago, we invited a priest from the local church to come bless the house. Neither of us is particularly religious, but we figured it couldn't hurt. He was very kind, didn't make us feel silly about our concerns, and performed a blessing in each room. For a few days afterward, things seemed quieter. We started to relax, thinking maybe it had all been in our heads. Then last Tuesday happened. I was home alone that afternoon. Max was at work, and I had taken the day off to catch up on some reading. It was a crisp fall day, sunny but cool, and I was curled up in our bedroom with a book and a cup of tea. Around 3 p.m. I caught a glimpse of movement in the hallway outside our bedroom, a shadow passing by the doorway. It was so quick I almost missed it, but it was distinctly human-shaped. "Max!" I called out, thinking he might have come home early. No answer. I put my book down and went to check. The hallway was empty. I checked all the rooms upstairs. Nobody there. I went downstairs, thinking maybe Max had come in quietly and hadn't heard me. But his car wasn't in the driveway, and the house was completely empty. I even checked our security app on my phone. No doors or windows had been opened. I felt uneasy but tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just a shadow from a tree outside or a bird flying past the window. I went back to my book, but I couldn't concentrate anymore. After about half an hour of reading the same page over and over, I decided to go downstairs and watch TV instead. I must have dozed off on the couch, because the next thing I knew, I was dreaming. In the dream, I was walking through a forest I didn't recognize. It was nighttime, and I had a flashlight, but it kept flickering on and off. I was looking for something or someone, feeling increasingly panicked as my light failed. Suddenly, I heard a twig snap behind me. I turned around and saw a man standing there. I couldn't see his face. It was just a black void where his features should have been. He raised what looked like an old-fashioned rifle and pointed it at me. I tried to run, but my feet wouldn't move. He fired, and I felt a searing pain in my chest. I woke up gasping for breath, my heart racing. The living room was dark. I must have slept longer than I thought. The sun had set, and I hadn't turned on any lights before falling asleep. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized something felt wrong. The air felt heavy, oppressive, like right before a thunderstorm when the pressure drops. Then I heard it. The front door handle jiggling. Not like someone with a key trying to get in, but like someone testing to see if it was locked. Jiggle, pause, jiggle, pause. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. We have a security system, and it would have chimed if the door had actually opened. but the jiggling continued for what felt like forever, but was probably only 30 seconds or so. Then it stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise. I sat there, afraid to move, afraid to breathe too loudly. My phone was on the coffee table in front of me, and I slowly reached for it, thinking I should call Max, or maybe even 911. That's when I heard the hissing. It started low, barely audible, like air escaping from a tire. But it grew louder, more deliberate. It wasn't coming from the door anymore. It seemed to be coming from the hallway that led from our living room to the kitchen. I squinted into the darkness, trying to see if someone was there. And that's when I saw it. A shadow. But not a normal shadow. This was darker than the darkness around it. A void that seemed to absorb what little light there was in the room. And it was shaped like a person, sort of. The proportions were wrong somehow, the arms too long, the torso too narrow, and it was moving toward me. The hissing got louder as it approached, changing in pitch and tone until it almost sounded like words in a language I couldn't understand. The shadow grew larger, filling more of the hallway, stretching up toward the ceiling. I was paralyzed with fear. I couldn't scream, couldn't move. My brain was screaming at me to run, but my body wouldn't respond. The shadow kept coming, now just a few feet from where I sat frozen on the couch. In a surge of desperate panic, I managed to move my arm enough to knock over a lamp on the end table beside me. It fell onto the floor but didn't break, and miraculously, it turned on when it hit the carpet. Light flooded that part of the room, and the effect on the shadow was immediate and terrifying. It recoiled like it had been struck, the hissing turning into a high-pitched whine that made my ears hurt. The shadow seemed to fracture, breaking apart like smoke in a strong wind, pieces of it fleeing away from the light in all directions. Within seconds, it was gone. I sat there shaking, the lamplight casting a small circle of safety around me. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Maybe minutes, maybe an hour. Eventually, I found the courage to turn on every light in the house, room by room. I checked every closet, every corner, behind every door. There was nothing there. When Max got home around 6:30, he found me sitting in the brightly lit living room, still trembling. I told him everything. I expected him to be skeptical, to suggest I'd had a nightmare or a hallucination, but he believed me immediately. That's when he told me about his own experience the week before. He'd been in the basement doing laundry when he felt someone standing behind him. When he turned around, he saw what he described as a person made of darkness standing at the bottom of the stairs. He'd dropped the laundry basket and run upstairs, and by the time he got the courage to go back down with a flashlight, there was nothing there. We spent that night in a hotel. The next day we called the priest again, along with a local paranormal investigator someone had recommended. The investigator spent hours in our house with various devices and cameras. He said he detected unusual electromagnetic fluctuations in several areas, particularly in the hallway where I'd seen the shadow figure and in the basement where Max had his encounter. He couldn't tell us definitively what was in our house, but he said it was not typical of a standard haunting. The priest performed another, more intensive blessing. He seemed concerned, but tried to reassure us that whatever was there couldn't harm us physically. I wanted to believe him, but the memory of that shadowy figure approaching me, the hissing growing louder, the way it seemed to be reaching for me, I can't shake the feeling that it intended to do something terrible. We've been back in the house for about a week now. We've installed more lights, motion sensors, and even cameras in every room. Nothing significant has happened since that night, but the house doesn't feel right anymore. I feel watched all the time. Sometimes I catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision. Sometimes I hear that faint hissing when I'm alone in a room. Max wants to sell the house and move, but the housing market is tough right now, and we put everything we had into the renovations. We're essentially stuck here for the time being. I don't know what that thing was. I don't know if it's still here, hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to return. I don't know if the blessings and precautions we've taken have worked or if they've just made it more cautious. All I know is that I sleep with the lights on now. I avoid being alone in the house whenever possible, and I can't look at the shadows in our hallway without remembering how one of them moved toward me with purpose, how it seemed to reach for me with elongated limbs, how it hissed in that almost language that I could almost understand. I used to be a skeptic. Now I lie awake at night, watching the shadows on our bedroom walls, wondering if one of them will detach itself and slide toward our bed, wondering what happens if the lights go out, wondering if next time a simple lamp won't be enough to make it retreat. Ad etern. Story 4. I've been putting off writing this for years, partly because I don't think anyone will believe me, and partly because I'm still scared to death thinking about it. But it's been eating away at me, and I need to get it out. Back in 2003, I was 20 years old and living in a small apartment in Westlake with my 2 best friends, Heather and Jamie. We weren't exactly rolling in money, just 3 young women sharing rent, working retail jobs, and trying to figure out our lives. Our apartment wasn't much, but it was our first place away from home, and we loved the freedom. One Friday night in October, we were bored out of our minds. There was nothing good on TV. We were too broke to go out, and we'd already watched all our DVDs a million times. That's when Jamie suggested we get a Ouija board. "Come on, it'll be fun," she said. "My cousin had one, and they totally got it to move." I rolled my eyes. "Those things are fake. People just push it themselves without realizing." Heather was more into the idea. "Melissa, don't be such a buzzkill. It's almost Halloween. Perfect timing." So we drove to Kmart, yes, freaking Kmart, and bought a Ouija board for like $20. It came in this glossy cardboard box with purple writing and looked so cheap and harmless. I remember joking about it on the drive home, asking if the spirits would be offended that we didn't spring for the deluxe model. We got back to our apartment around 9 p.m., ordered a pizza, and cracked open some cheap wine while setting up the board on our coffee table. The pizza guy came, we ate, and then decided to get serious about our seance. Jamie lit some candles, not for the spirits, just because our overhead light was harsh and gave her migraines, and we sat on the floor around the coffee table. "So how do we do this?" I asked, still thinking this was just a dumb way to pass a Friday night. "We all put our fingers on the planchette thingy and ask questions," Heather said. "Don't push it, just let it move on its own." We placed our fingertips on the plastic pointer and started with basic questions. "Is anyone there?" Jamie asked. Nothing happened at first. We kept our fingers lightly on the planchette for what felt like forever, and I was about to suggest we give up when it suddenly moved to yes. "Who's pushing it?" I said immediately, looking at both of them. "Not me," they both insisted. "Okay, who are we speaking with?" Heather asked. The planchette moved slowly. B-E-N. "Hi, Ben," Jamie said, giggling a little nervously. "Are you a good spirit?" "Yes." "What are you?" I asked, still convinced one of my friends was moving it. The planchette spelled out G-U-I-D-E. "Like a spirit guide?" Heather asked, her voice suddenly more serious. "Yes." "Prove you're real," I challenged. "Tell us something only a spirit would know." That's when things got weird. The planchette moved faster. C-A-R-C-R-Y-M-E-L-I-S-S-A. My stomach dropped. 2 weeks earlier, I'd had a complete breakdown alone in my car in the grocery store parking lot. I'd been questioning everything about my life. My major in college, my dead-end job, whether I should move back home. I'd cried for almost an hour with my forehead against the steering wheel. I hadn't told anyone about it, not even Heather or Jamie. "What does that mean?" Jamie asked, looking at me. I couldn't speak. My mouth went completely dry. "Melissa?" Heather nudged me. I had a breakdown in my car a couple weeks ago," I finally said. I was alone. There's no way anyone could know about that. Jamie looked skeptical. Maybe you mentioned it and forgot. No, I insisted. I definitely didn't tell anyone. We kept going, and Ben told us he was actually multiple spirits who worked together as guides. He claimed to be watching over all three of us. The longer we used the board, the more personal the information became. He knew about Jamie's childhood dog that died when she was 7. He knew about Heather's secret crush on her boss, things we hadn't discussed with each other. By midnight, we were all believers. We started using the board almost every night. Ben became like a fourth roommate. We'd ask him for advice about work, about guys we were dating, about family drama, and he'd answer, sometimes with actual helpful advice. About 2 weeks in, our friend Mike came over to hang out. He thought the whole Ouija thing was stupid and made fun of us for believing in it. After a few beers, he passed out on our couch while the three of us decided to do a session. We were sitting on the floor near the couch where Mike was sleeping. As soon as we started, the energy felt different. The planchette moved faster and more aggressively. "Are you Ben?" Jamie asked. "No." "Who are you then?" The planchette didn't spell anything, just circled the board rapidly. "Are you okay?" Heather asked. "No." Then, Himout. "Him out? You mean Mike?" I asked. "Yes." Suddenly, Heather gasped and yanked her arm back from the board. "Something just grabbed me," she whispered frantically. "Something cold wrapped around my arm." I didn't feel anything, but goosebumps erupted all over my body. The temperature in the room seemed to drop by like 15 degrees in seconds. "Let's stop," I suggested, thoroughly creeped out. No. The planchette moved by itself, even though we'd all pulled our hands back. That's when Mike woke up with a yell. He sat bolt upright on the couch, clutching at his chest. "What the hell?" he shouted. "What's wrong?" Jamie asked. "Something was sitting on me," he said, his eyes wide with panic. "I couldn't breathe." We turned on the lights, and when Mike pulled up his shirt, we all just stared in horror. Across his chest and stomach were what looked like tiny handprints, like a child had pressed their hands against him with red paint. Except there was no paint. His skin was just red and irritated in the shape of small hands. That should have been our wake-up call. That should have been when we burned the board and never touched it again. But we didn't. We convinced ourselves it was because Mike had been disrespectful. We just needed to be more careful. About a week later, we came home from grocery shopping around 6 p.m. The second I unlocked our apartment door, we all heard it. A child screaming. Not just crying, but a high-pitched, terrified scream. Our downstairs neighbors had twin toddlers, and our first thought was that something had happened to one of them. Jamie ran down to check while Heather and I cautiously entered our apartment. The screaming stopped the moment we stepped inside. Jamie came back up and said the twins were fine. They were sitting in their playpen watching TV when their mum answered the door. As we stood there in confusion, I noticed a smell. At first it was faint, but it quickly became overwhelming, like rotting meat. So powerful I had to cover my nose with my shirt. "Do you smell that?" I asked. They both nodded, looking as disgusted as I felt. "Did we leave meat out?" Heather suggested, heading to the kitchen to check. But our kitchen was spotless. We'd cleaned it thoroughly before leaving, and there was nothing that could explain the smell. Just as mysteriously as it appeared, the smell vanished after about 5 minutes. That night, Heather was flipping through some books on the occult she'd checked out from the library. Yeah, she'd gotten really into researching this stuff. She randomly opened one book and called us over, her face pale. "Listen to this," she said, and read aloud. "2 common manifestations of malevolent entities are the sounds of children in distress and the smell of decay or rotting flesh. When experienced simultaneously, these phenomena are considered by demonologists to be indicators of pure evil." I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back. Pure evil. Those words echoed in my head for days afterward. We decided to take a break from the board. Heather returned the books to the library. I placed an open Bible in our living room. I wasn't even religious, but it felt like insurance. Jamie started carrying a small cross in her purse. We never formally said goodbye on the board. We just stopped using it and shoved it in the back of my closet. For months, things went back to normal. We convinced ourselves we'd overreacted. The screaming? Probably just the TV from downstairs. The smell? Maybe something died in the walls. The handprints on Mike. He must have slept on something that left marks. Then one night in April, after a few too many drinks celebrating Jamie's promotion, we got stupid. We dug out the board. "Just one quick session," Heather said. "I want to ask about this new guy I'm seeing." I should have said no. I should have thrown that thing in the dumpster months earlier, but I didn't. The planchette moved immediately when we touched it, like whatever we were communicating with had been waiting. "Ben?" Jamie asked. "Yes." "We've missed you," Heather said, and I remember thinking how weird that sounded, like she was talking to an old friend. The session started innocently enough. Ben told Heather her new boyfriend wasn't right for her. He wasn't. They broke up 2 weeks later. He told Jamie her promotion would lead to another one by Christmas. It did. Then he turned to me, WATCHHEATHER. "What about me?" Heather asked. SEVENFORYOU. "7 what?" she pressed. No response. "7 children?" Jamie guessed, laughing. The planchette shot to yes so violently it nearly flew off the board. Heather rolled her eyes. "Yeah, right. I don't even know if I want kids." That was the last time we used the board. The next day, sober and feeling stupid, we all agreed to get rid of it. Jamie took it to a dumpster behind her workplace and buried it under bags of trash. Life moved on. I started dating someone seriously. Jamie got that second promotion. Heather began having health issues, fatigue, nausea, mood swings. We assumed it was stress from her job. 7 months after that last session, I was folding laundry when it hit me. Heather's symptoms, the timeline, that message, 7 for you. I called her immediately. "Heather, this is going to sound crazy, but is there any chance you're pregnant?" There was a long silence on the other end. "Why would you ask me that?" "Just answer the question," I insisted. "No," she said firmly. "I've been on the pill, and I haven't even been with anyone in months." But I couldn't shake the feeling. That weekend, I brought over a pregnancy test as a joke. She took it to humor me, convinced it would be negative. It wasn't. The doctor later confirmed she was almost exactly 7 months pregnant. She had no explanation for how she hadn't noticed, how she'd still had what she thought were periods, how she hadn't shown. The father was her ex, the one Ben had said wasn't right for her. Her daughter was born healthy 2 months later. Heather was a great mum despite the shock. But that prediction, 7 for you, haunted us. Did it mean she'd have 7 children, or that something would happen when the child turned 7? I moved out of the apartment a year later when I got engaged. Jamie left 6 months after me for a job in another state. Heather stayed the longest, finally leaving when her daughter was 3. It's been years now, but none of us has escaped whatever attached itself to us that October. Jamie wakes up with unexplained scratches. I sometimes hear whispering when I'm alone in my house. Heather's daughter talks about the dark man who stands in her closet at night. We don't discuss it much anymore. What's the point? We can't undo what we did. We invited something in, and it never really left. Heather's daughter turned 7 last month. We're all pretending not to be terrified about what might happen. I wish I could end this with some resolution or explanation, but there isn't one. All I know is that I'll never touch a Ouija board again, especially not one from Kmart. Some doors aren't meant to be opened, and some things can't be uninvited once they've come through. Story 5. I've never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural. My girlfriend Katie has always teased me about being too logical and closed-minded when it comes to that stuff. For over 20 years, I've laughed at ghost stories and rolled my eyes at shows like Ghost Hunters. I was the guy who always had an explanation. Old houses settle, wind blows things over, our minds play tricks on us when we're tired. I had an answer for everything, until last month, when something happened that I still can't explain. Katie and I had been staying at my parents' place to save money while looking for our own apartment. After 3 months of listening to my dad's awful jokes at dinner and my mom asking when we were getting married, we desperately needed a weekend away. Just the two of us. We found this Airbnb in Sumanati, this small coastal town about 2 hours from where we live. The main reason we picked it was because they just opened this huge aquarium called Port Aquarium that Katie had been dying to check out. She's super into marine biology, so this was basically her dream vacation. The pictures of the apartment online looked decent enough, nothing fancy, but clean with basic amenities. The price was right, and it had good reviews, so we booked it for Friday through Sunday. We arrived around 4 p.m. on Friday after fighting through weekend traffic. The host had sent us the code for the lockbox, so we didn't have to meet anyone to check in. The building was this old, converted warehouse with about 8 units, ours being on the second floor at the end of a long hallway that smelled like old carpet and someone's leftover takeout. The moment we walked in, I knew the pictures had been creative. The furniture was way more sparse and worn than it appeared online. There was a sagging couch that looked like it had been around since the 90s, a coffee table with water rings all over it, and a small TV that was probably 15 years old. The kitchen was tiny, with mismatched dishes in the cabinets and a refrigerator that hummed so loudly you could hear it throughout the apartment. Katie tried to stay positive. "It's just for sleeping, right? We'll be at the aquarium most of the time anyway." I agreed, but then we checked out the bedroom and bathroom, which were even worse. The bedroom had just a queen bed with sheets that, while they looked clean, were definitely worn thin. The bathroom was the real disappointment. Cracked tiles, a shower with rust stains around the drain, and a toilet that looked like it needed to be replaced a decade ago. There was even some trash, a used Band-Aid and some dental floss, still in the bathroom trash can from previous guests. "Well, this is cozy," Katie said, trying to smile. We decided to make the best of it. After unpacking our overnight bags, we headed out to explore the town and grab dinner. Sumanati was actually pretty nice. A small downtown area with local shops, a couple of good restaurants, and a walkable pier. We had seafood at this little place right on the water, and then walked around until it got dark. By the time we headed back to the apartment, we were exhausted from the drive and all the walking. Katie showered first while I checked my emails. When it was my turn, I noticed the bathroom was still steamy from her shower, and the mirror was completely fogged up. I took a quick shower, and we both collapsed into bed around 11 p.m. Despite the uncomfortable mattress that sagged in the middle, I fell asleep almost instantly. I woke up at approximately 3:17 a.m. I remember checking my phone as I got up to use the bathroom. Katie was sound asleep, breathing deeply, with her back to me. I carefully got out of bed, trying not to wake her, and shuffled to the bathroom, half asleep. The bathroom was freezing compared to the bedroom. I remember thinking it was weird how cold it was, like someone had left a window open, except there weren't any windows in there. I sat down on the toilet, sorry for the TMI, but it's important to the story, and like any normal person in 2023, pulled out my phone and started scrolling through Instagram. I don't know how long I was sitting there, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, when I noticed movement from the corner of my eye. The bathroom door, which I had left slightly ajar, was slowly opening. At first I thought it was just the air current. Maybe the AC had kicked on or something, but the door kept moving slowly, deliberately, until it was completely open and hit the shower curtain. I froze. The door had moved on its own. There was no draft I could feel. The air conditioning wasn't even running. I would have heard it. Before I could even process what was happening, the shower faucet handle turned. I watched it rotate, not like it was loose and gravity was pulling it down, but like someone was deliberately turning it. Then water started pouring from the shower head. I sat there, pants around my ankles, completely paralyzed with fear. The shower was running full blast now, steam starting to rise and fill the small bathroom. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even blink. For what felt like forever, but was probably only 10-15 seconds, I just sat there, the sound of the shower filling my ears. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might explode. I felt this cold, prickling sensation crawl up my spine and spread across my scalp. Finally, some survival instinct kicked in. I yanked up my pants without even properly wiping. Again, sorry for the TMI. Lunged toward the shower and turned off the water with a shaking hand. Water droplets hit my arm, and they felt ice cold, even though the shower had been running hot enough to create steam. I didn't flush, didn't wash my hands, just bolted out of that bathroom as fast as I could, slamming the door behind me. In the bedroom, I pushed the dresser in front of the bathroom door, creating a barricade. Katie woke up from the noise. "What the hell are you doing?" she mumbled, squinting at me in the dark. "The door, the shower." I couldn't even form complete sentences. I was shaking so badly I had to sit on the edge of the bed. "Marcus, what's wrong?" She sat up now, fully awake and concerned. I told her what happened, the door opening by itself, the shower turning on. She listened, her eyes getting wider. "Are you sure you didn't accidentally bump the shower handle?" she asked when I finished. "I was sitting on the toilet. I wasn't anywhere near the shower." My voice came out higher than I intended. She got up and wanted to check the bathroom, but I begged her not to. We argued for a bit, with her telling me I probably just imagined it because I was half asleep, and me insisting that I knew what I saw. Finally, we compromised. We'd check it together with the lights on. I moved the dresser and we opened the bathroom door slowly. Everything looked normal. The shower was off, though there were still water droplets on the shower wall and floor, proving I hadn't imagined that part. We spent the rest of the night with the lights on, barely sleeping. I kept staring at the bathroom door, expecting it to fly open at any moment. Katie eventually dozed off around 5 a.m., but I couldn't close my eyes. When morning finally came, I tried to rationalize what had happened. The door could have opened because of an air current I didn't notice. Maybe the shower handle was loose and just gave way while I was in there. Maybe in my half-asleep state, I had bumped it somehow without realizing it. But even as I thought of these explanations, I knew they weren't true. The door had opened deliberately, like someone was pushing it. The shower handle had turned completely, requiring significant force. These things didn't just happen on their own. We spent the day at the aquarium as planned, but I couldn't focus on anything. My mind kept going back to the bathroom. Katie tried to cheer me up, pointing out cool fish and exhibits, but I was just going through the motions. That night, we were supposed to stay another night, but I couldn't do it. I made up an excuse about a work emergency, and we packed up and left around 6 p.m. Katie was disappointed, but understood something was seriously wrong with me. I drove the entire 2 hours home in silence, jumping at every shadow on the road. When we got back to my parents' house, Katie tried to talk to me about what happened. I shut her down. I didn't want to think about it anymore, let alone talk about it. But I couldn't stop replaying it in my mind. A week later, I looked up the apartment online, curious if anyone else had experienced something similar. The listing had been taken down. I tried searching for other rentals in that building, but couldn't find any. It was like the place had disappeared from the internet. I've always been logical, rational, a skeptic. But what happened in that bathroom in Sumanadi changed me. I still don't know what to call it. A ghost, a presence, something else entirely. But I know what I experienced was real. It's been a month now, and I still wake up in the middle of the night, heart racing, convinced I hear the sound of a shower turning on by itself. I keep the bathroom door closed at all times. I never sit on the toilet with the door open anymore, even a crack. After over 20 years of believing only in what I could see and touch, I now know there are things in this world that defy explanation. Things that exist in the spaces between what we know and what we fear. And sometimes these things turn on your shower at 3 a.m. while you're just trying to take a goddamn piss. Story 6. So I'm finally sharing this because it's been going on for months now, and I'm honestly freaked out. I don't have any real explanation for what's happening, and I'm hoping maybe someone here has experienced something similar. Back in August, right before the fall semester was about to start, I bought this traditional blue evil eye ring from Etsy. I'd been feeling some really negative energy around me for a while. Like that sensation when you know someone's staring at you but no one's there, that kind of feeling. I've always been a bit sensitive to energy and vibes, so I figured getting some protection wouldn't hurt. The ring was beautiful, sterling silver with this vibrant blue eye in the center. The seller mentioned it was handmade in Turkey and had been blessed traditionally. I didn't think much about that part at the time. I just thought it was pretty and might help ward off some bad luck before classes started. When it arrived, I wanted to do things properly. I'd learned from previous experiences with spiritual objects that they need to be cleansed and charged with your intentions. So I waited for the blue moon at the end of August, placed it on my windowsill, and let the moonlight wash over it all night. The next morning I burned some sage and Palo Santo around it and set my intentions. Protection, clarity, peace. Basic stuff. I started wearing it every day. It fit perfectly on my middle finger, and I actually got a lot of compliments on it. For the first few weeks, everything seemed normal. Great even. I felt more centered, and some of that weird energy I'd been feeling seemed to dissipate. I thought the ring was doing exactly what it was supposed to do. Then, about a month after I got it, the first weird thing happened. It was a Tuesday. I remember because I had my heavy course load that day, 3 back-to-back lectures starting at 8 a.m. I got home around 4, totally exhausted. I took off my ring and placed it on my nightstand like I always did when I showered. I clearly remember putting it right next to my lamp on top of my psychology textbook. I took a quick shower, couldn't have been more than 15 minutes, and when I came back to my room, the ring was gone. At first I thought I was just tired and had put it somewhere else without thinking. I checked my pockets, my backpack, even the bathroom counter. Nothing. I looked under the nightstand, under my bed, in my sheets. Still nothing. It made no sense. I clearly remembered putting it down. My sister Emma shares the apartment with me, so I asked if she'd been in my room or seen my ring. She gave me this weird look and said she hadn't been home until just a few minutes before, and definitely hadn't been in my room. I believed her. We've always respected each other's space, and she's not the type to take things without asking. I spent like an hour looking for that ring before giving up. I was upset because I'd already gotten attached to it, and it wasn't cheap either. I fell asleep that night feeling annoyed and confused. The next morning, I got up to get ready for class, and there was the ring, sitting on the floor, right next to my nightstand, in plain sight, in a spot I had definitely checked multiple times the day before. I stood there staring at it for a solid minute, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Had I somehow missed it? No way. I had even moved my nightstand to check under it. I picked it up, inspected it. It was definitely my ring, looking exactly the same. No damage, no dirt, nothing to indicate where it had been. I put it on and tried to shake off the weird feeling, telling myself I must have been more tired than I thought, and somehow overlooked it. But it happened again 3 days later. This time I'd placed it on my dresser while I was doing my makeup. I turned around to grab something from my closet, and when I turned back, gone. I immediately started searching, thinking maybe it had fallen, but it was nowhere. I even got on my hands and knees with my phone flashlight. Nothing. That time it stayed missing for 2 days. I was in the kitchen making coffee when Emma called out from the hallway. "Hey, isn't this your ring?" She was holding it up, looking confused. It was just sitting in the middle of the hallway floor. I took it from her, completely baffled. "Did you move it?" I asked her. "Why would I take your ring just to put it on the floor?" she replied, rolling her eyes. She had a point. Over the next few months, this kept happening. The ring would disappear from wherever I put it, my nightstand, my jewelry dish, even from my finger if I fell asleep wearing it. Then it would reappear days later in obvious places I'd already searched thoroughly, on top of my desk, in the center of my bed, once even in the refrigerator next to the milk, which really freaked Emma out. I started keeping track in my notes app. On average, the ring would disappear about once a week, stay gone for 2 to 3 days, then reappear somewhere unexpected. There was no pattern to when it would vanish or where it would return to. The only constant was that it always came back. The longest it stayed missing was for almost a week in late October. I was actually starting to think it was gone for good that time. I'd turned my room upside down looking for it. I even asked our downstairs neighbor if maybe it had somehow fallen into their apartment. We live in this old Brooklyn brownstone with creaky floors and weird gaps. They looked at me like I was crazy. On the 6th day, I remember lying in bed that night feeling weirdly sad about the ring. I was staring at my nightstand where I usually kept it, thinking about how I'd gotten used to seeing it there. I even said out loud, "I really wish you'd come back. I miss you." I felt stupid talking to a ring, but I was alone, so whatever. I fell asleep eventually and had this intense dream about being followed by a tall shadow figure with bright blue eyes. I kept trying to run away, but every time I turned around, it was there, just watching me. Not threatening, just present. I woke up around 3 a.m., heart pounding. When I turned on my lamp, I nearly screamed. There was my ring sitting perfectly centered on my nightstand, exactly where I always kept it, in the exact spot I had checked dozens of times over the past week. It was positioned so deliberately, the eye facing upward, like someone had carefully placed it there. I just stared at it for the longest time, afraid to touch it. The blue in the evil eye seemed more vibrant than I remembered, almost glowing in the dim light. When I finally worked up the courage to pick it up, it felt cold, much colder than it should have been just sitting in my room. I almost threw it away that night, but something stopped me. It sounds crazy, but I felt like the ring wanted to be with me, like it wasn't trying to scare me but communicate in some way. Look, I should mention that I've had experiences with what you might call paranormal stuff before. When I was a kid, I had this antique doll that would move around my room. My parents always said it was my imagination, but I know what I saw. And our family home growing up had cold spots and doors that would open and close on their own, so I'm not completely freaked out by the idea of spirits or energy or whatever you want to call it. But this was different. The ring wasn't just moving a few inches or falling off a shelf. It was completely disappearing, like it was being taken to another dimension or something, and then being deliberately returned. After that long disappearance in October, I started experimenting. When the ring would vanish, I'd mentally ask for it back. "Hey, I need to wear you tomorrow for my presentation. Can you come back?" And about 70% of the time it would reappear within 24 hours. One time, I even set up my laptop to record my nightstand all night after the ring had been missing for a day. I watched that footage like a hawk the next morning. Nothing happened for the 8 hours of recording. No one entered my room, nothing moved. Then I left to take a shower, and when I came back and checked my nightstand, there was the ring. I checked the hallway camera Emma had installed after a package theft. Nothing unusual there either. It's like the ring knows when it's being watched. The weirdest part is that nothing bad has happened since I got the ring. In fact, my semester has gone better than expected. I aced some tests I was worried about, made some new friends, and even got asked out by this guy I've had a crush on for months. It's almost like the ring is actually doing its job of protecting me and bringing good luck. But with this super strange side effect, I've searched online for similar experiences with evil eye jewelry. Most stories are about how the eye cracks when it's absorbed negative energy, which is supposedly a good sign that it's working. But I've found nothing about disappearing and reappearing objects. I've considered a few explanations. 1. Someone's messing with me. But who? Emma swears it's not her, and I believe her. Plus, how would they get into my locked room when neither of us is home? 2. I'm doing it myself while sleepwalking or in some dissociative state. But I've never had episodes like that before, and it doesn't explain how the ring reappears in places I've already thoroughly searched. 3. The ring is genuinely haunted or has some kind of entity attached to it, which sounds crazy when I type it out, but honestly makes the most sense given what's happening. 4. There's some quantum physics explanation where objects can temporarily exist in multiple states or dimensions. But I'm a psychology major, not a physicist, so I have no idea if that's even possible. Last week, I tried cleansing the ring again. Full moon, salt bath, sage, the works. I even called the Etsy seller to ask if anyone else had reported strange experiences. She just said the evil eye brings its own kind of magic and that I should trust the process. Not exactly helpful. The disappearing acts have continued despite the cleansing. 2 days ago, I wore it to class, came home, placed it on my jewelry dish while I washed my hands, and it was gone when I returned 30 seconds later. It hasn't come back yet, but based on the pattern, I expect to find it somewhere unexpected by tomorrow. Part of me wants to get rid of it for good, sell it, give it away, or just throw it in the East River. But another part of me is scared of what might happen if I try. Would it just come back anyway? Would removing it from my life invite in whatever negative energy it's been protecting me from? Plus, as weird as it sounds, I've grown attached to it. It feels like we have some kind of relationship now, as if it has its own personality and wants. Most of the time, I even find the disappearing acts more fascinating than frightening now. So that's where I'm at, living with a ring that comes and goes as it pleases. I have no idea if it's protecting me from something, trying to tell me something, or if there's some completely rational explanation I'm missing. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Am I losing my mind? Or is there something genuinely unexplainable happening here? Update. As I was typing this, I felt something cold touch my foot under my desk. I just looked down, and there's my ring, sitting right on top of my bare foot. I swear on everything I own, it wasn't there a minute ago. I didn't feel it fall or roll. It just appeared, like it knew I was talking about it. I'm wearing it now, and the stone feels warmer than usual against my skin. I don't know what's happening, but I think I need to figure it out soon. This isn't normal, right? Story 7. I still can't explain what happened that day in March, or any of the other weird stuff that's been going on since I was a kid. I'm 19 now, and after moving back into my parents' basement with my brother a few months ago, all the strange stuff I thought I'd left behind is happening again. I've never actually told this story from beginning to end before, but after what happened last week, I need to get it off my chest. Let me start by saying I'm not the type of person who believes in ghosts or whatever. I've always tried to find logical explanations for things, but some experiences just don't have explanations, at least none that make sense to me. When I was 7, my family lived in a different house across town. It wasn't old or creepy looking, just a normal suburban home built in the 90s, but I had these intense nightmares almost every night. Not your usual kid nightmares about monsters or falling. These were different. I'd wake up feeling like someone was in my room watching me. Sometimes I'd wake up to my bed shaking, like someone was grabbing the frame and rocking it back and forth. I'd scream for my mom, totally freaked out. At first, my parents thought it was just normal kid stuff, but it kept happening. My mom would find me hiding under my covers or huddled in the corner of my room in the middle of the night, crying and saying I was scared. One night, after finding me like that for what must have been the 20th time, she finally decided to move my bedroom upstairs, closer to my parents' room. After that, the nightmares and the bed shaking stopped. We moved to our current house when I was 14. It's this small place in a coastal town that everyone thinks is so picturesque and peaceful, if they only knew. For a while, everything was normal. I got through high school without any weird occurrences. Then about 2 years ago, I got Don, my teacup Yorkie. He's tiny, like seriously tiny, only weighs about 3 pounds. He's been my buddy through everything, and I take him everywhere with me when I can. The first really inexplicable thing happened last year. I came home from school one day and couldn't find Don anywhere. I called for him, checked all his usual hiding spots, nothing. I started to panic, thinking maybe he'd gotten outside somehow. Then I heard a faint whimper coming from my mom's bedroom. When I walked in, I found Don sitting right in the middle of my mom's bed. Now this might not sound weird, but my mom's bed is super high off the ground, like almost waist height for me, and I'm 5'10". There's no way Don could have jumped up there himself. He's way too small, and he's never been able to jump that high. We don't even let him on our furniture because my mom is really strict about that. I stood there staring at him, trying to figure out how he got up there. My first thought was that one of my family members put him there, but that made no sense. My mom would have been furious if she found Don on her bed, and everyone in the family knows that. My dad and brother were both at work, and my mom was out shopping. I was home alone with Don. I picked him up and put him down on the floor, still completely confused. I actually went outside and checked all the doors and windows to see if maybe someone had broken in, but everything was locked up tight. There was literally no explanation for how Don got on that bed. About a week after the Don incident, my friend Jake came over to hang out. We were in the living room playing video games when we both heard the garage door slam shut. Not just close, slam, like someone had pulled it down with force. Jake looked at me and asked if my parents were home. They weren't. My brother wasn't home either. We were the only ones in the house. I paused the game and we both went to check the garage. The door was closed, but there was nobody there. We checked the entire house, thinking maybe someone had come home without us noticing, but we were still alone. I tried to laugh it off, saying it was probably just the wind, but it was a completely still day. No wind at all. Jake got really uncomfortable after that and made up some excuse to leave early. I don't blame him. I was freaked out too, but I had nowhere else to go. The incidents kept happening, getting more frequent and more unsettling. One day my 10-year-old cousin was over, and she had this toy dog that would bark and move around when you touched it. We were both in the kitchen getting snacks when we heard the toy bark from the living room. We ran in and saw it sitting exactly where she'd left it, but it was making noise and its tail was wagging like someone had just touched it. My cousin immediately wanted to go home. I called my aunt to come pick her up, making up some excuse about her not feeling well. I didn't want to tell anyone what was really happening. They'd think I was crazy or attention-seeking, but the worst incident happened just last week. I was alone in the house. My parents were at a dinner party, and my brother was out with friends. Don was sleeping in his little bed in my room. I was in the kitchen making a sandwich when I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. It was the distinct sound of a plastic grocery bag being crumpled and manipulated. You know that specific crinkly sound plastic bags make when someone's handling them? That's exactly what I heard coming from the pantry. It wasn't just a quick noise. It went on for a good 10 to 15 seconds, like someone was digging through a bag looking for something. I froze with the knife still in my hand, mayonnaise dripping onto the counter. The sound stopped abruptly. I stood there for what felt like forever, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it, but I knew I hadn't. Finally, I gathered enough courage to walk over to the pantry. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I pulled the door open quickly, like ripping off a band-aid. Nothing. The pantry was exactly as it should be. The plastic bags were neatly folded and tucked into a larger bag hanging on a hook. I touched them. They were completely still, not even swaying slightly like they would be if someone had just been handling them. I grabbed Don from my room and sat on the front porch until my family came home. I couldn't be in that house alone anymore. These experiences have made me look into the history of our house. I haven't found anything dramatic like murders or tragic deaths, but I did discover that no family has stayed in this house for more than 5 years, since it was built in the 1970s. That can't be a coincidence. What's even weirder is that similar things happened in our old house too. It's like whatever this is followed us. Or maybe it's something attached to our family. I've tried to talk to my parents about it, but they just brush it off. My dad says old houses make noises, and my mum suggests I'm just stressed about college and work, but they don't know everything. I haven't told them about the night last month when I woke up at exactly 3:17 a.m. to find Don standing at the foot of my bed, growling at the corner of my room. His fur was standing on end, and he wouldn't stop staring and growling at that empty corner. I turned on my light, and nothing was there, but Don wouldn't calm down for almost an hour. Or the time I came home to find all the framed photos in the hallway turned face down. Every single one. I put them back up without telling anyone, and the next day they were normal. No one in my family mentioned it, so I know they didn't see it happening. Last week, after the plastic bag incident, I set up a camera in my room. I didn't tell anyone. I just wanted some evidence, something to prove I wasn't imagining things. I set it to record all night while I slept. The next morning I checked the footage. For the first few hours nothing happened, just me sleeping and Don in his bed. But at around 2:43 a.m., the video started to get staticky. The timestamp kept running, but the image got increasingly distorted until it was just snow, like an old TV with no signal. This went on for exactly 17 minutes, and then the picture came back clear as day. Everything looked exactly the same as before the static. Me still in bed, Don still sleeping. Except for one thing. My closet door, which I specifically remember closing before bed, I always close it, was now wide open. I went through the footage again and again, looking for any sign of tampering or technical glitch that could explain the static and the door. There was nothing. The camera was new, the memory card was new, the batteries were full. There was no reason for that static. I haven't told anyone about the camera footage. Part of me is afraid they'll find some normal explanation that I missed, and I'll feel stupid, but a bigger part is afraid they won't find an explanation at all. Yesterday, I came home from a late shift at work to find my brother already asleep. My parents were away for the weekend visiting relatives. I took Don out for his last bathroom break of the night, then locked up and headed to the basement where my room is. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, I felt a cold spot. Not just cool, but ice cold, like walking into a freezer. It was only in one specific area, about 3 feet wide. I stepped back, and the air was normal. Stepped forward, freezing cold again. Don refused to walk through it. He stopped at the edge of the cold spot and whined, backing up against my legs. I picked him up and hurried through, feeling that icy air wash over us for just a second. I got to my room and locked the door behind me, something I've started doing recently. I put Don on my bed, and he immediately crawled under the covers, still shaking slightly. I was exhausted and just wanted to sleep, but as I was getting ready for bed, I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps walking across the ceiling above me, which is the main floor of the house. My brother was upstairs, but his room is on the opposite side. These footsteps were coming from the living room, moving in a straight line toward the basement door. I held my breath and listened. The steps stopped right above where the basement door would be. Then came the sound of the basement doorknob turning. I know that sound. The door is old and makes a specific squeaking noise when the knob turns. but I'd locked that door before coming down. I always do. There was silence for maybe 30 seconds. Then the footsteps started again, this time on the basement stairs. Slow, deliberate, getting closer. One step, another, another. I sat frozen on my bed, Don now growling low in his throat. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs, then started moving across the basement toward my bedroom door. They stopped right outside. The doorknob to my room began to turn, slowly fighting against the lock. I could see it moving, jiggling slightly as something on the other side tried to get in. Then came the knocking, not frantic or angry, but calm, rhythmic. 3 knocks, pause. 3 knocks, pause. "Who's there?" I finally managed to call out, my voice cracking. The knocking stopped immediately. Complete silence fell. Then I heard it, a whisper right on the other side of the door, so close it could have been in the room with me. I couldn't make out what it said, but it was definitely a voice, definitely a whisper. Don was going crazy now, barking and growling at the door. I grabbed my phone to call my brother, but before I could, all the power went out. Complete darkness, except for my phone screen. I used my phone's flashlight and pointed it at the door, half expecting to see shadows under it or the knob turning again. Nothing happened. I called my brother's name as loudly as I could. No answer. I was trapped in that room with no power, my dog going nuts, and something right outside my door. I've never been so terrified in my life. I must have sat there for an hour, my back against the headboard, Don in my lap, staring at that door and listening for any sound. Nothing happened. Eventually, the power came back on by itself. My lights flickered back to life. I gathered all my courage, picked up Don and opened my bedroom door. The basement was empty. I ran upstairs and found my brother still sound asleep in his bed, with his noise-cancelling headphones on. He hadn't heard anything. I checked every door and window in the house, all locked from the inside, no signs of any intruder. I didn't sleep at all last night. I'm writing this from a coffee shop because I can't be in that house alone right now. I don't know what's happening or why, but it's getting worse. The footsteps, the whispering, the cold spots, it's all escalating. My parents come back tomorrow, and I'm thinking of telling them everything, showing them the camera footage. But what if they don't believe me? What if they think I'm losing it, or worse, what if they do believe me? What if they've experienced things too and never told me? What if whatever this is has been with our family for years, following us from house to house? I don't have answers. All I know is that something is in our home, something that can move objects, make sounds, manipulate electricity, and create cold spots. Something that knows I'm aware of it and seems to be trying to communicate or intimidate. Tonight I'm staying at a friend's place. I don't know what I'm going to do after that. But I can't pretend this isn't happening anymore. Something is in our house and it's getting bolder, and I'm terrified of what might happen next. Story 8. I'm not sure if anyone will believe me, but I have to get this off my chest. I've been losing sleep for weeks now, and it's getting to the point where I'm afraid to be in my own home. I moved into this apartment in Westfield about a month and a half ago. Nothing fancy, just your standard 1-bedroom with an open kitchen and living room setup. The rent was decent, the location worked for my commute, and the landlord seemed normal enough. Nothing about the place set off any alarm bells. The first week was completely normal. I was excited about having my own space after getting out of a bad roommate situation. I spent the weekend setting everything up, arranging furniture, hanging pictures, making it feel like home. I remember feeling really good about the move, like I'd finally caught a break. Then the little things started happening. I'd come home from work to find the shower curtain open when I was positive I'd closed it that morning. At first I just figured I was misremembering. You know how it is when you're on autopilot in the morning. But then cabinet doors in the kitchen would be slightly ajar when I knew I'd closed them. I'd put my keys on the counter and later find them on the coffee table. My phone charger would move from the nightstand to the bathroom counter. All small stuff that made me wonder if I was losing my mind or just being forgetful. I even started taking photos of how I left rooms before heading out, just to prove to myself I wasn't going crazy. But the photos confirmed it. Things were definitely being moved. About 3 weeks ago, I came home after a particularly long day at work. I unlocked my door, stepped inside, and immediately felt something off. The air felt different, almost charged. It's hard to explain, but it was like walking into a room where people had just been arguing. That lingering tension, but it was more than that. It felt like someone had just walked out of sight the moment I opened the door. I did what any rational person would do. I checked every room, looked under the bed, in the shower, behind the curtains. Nothing. But when I got to my bedroom closet, I just couldn't open it. My hand was on the doorknob, but I physically couldn't make myself pull it open. I was absolutely convinced someone was standing on the other side, waiting. I backed out of the bedroom and sat in my living room for hours, staring at the hallway, waiting for something to happen. I eventually fell asleep on the couch, and when morning came, I felt stupid. I marched into the bedroom and yanked open the closet door. Empty, of course, just my clothes and shoes. I laughed at myself, chalked it up to an overactive imagination and too many horror movies. Then the saucepan incident happened. I was making pasta for dinner about a week later, had water boiling on the stove, was chopping vegetables for the sauce. My phone rang from the living room, and I stepped away from the kitchen for maybe 30 seconds to check it. Just a spam call. When I walked back into the kitchen, my saucepan, the one that had been on the stove with water boiling in it, was sitting perfectly centered on the floor. Not tipped over like it had fallen, not splashed with water like it had been dropped. Just placed, deliberately, in the exact center of my kitchen floor. The water was gone, the stove was off. I stood there staring at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. There's no way the pan could have moved itself from the stove to the floor without making a sound, without spilling water everywhere. Someone, or something, had to have moved it. I grabbed my keys and left. Spent the night at a hotel because I couldn't bring myself to stay there. When I came back the next morning, everything was exactly as I'd left it, saucepan still in the middle of the floor. I picked it up with shaking hands and put it in the sink. I considered breaking my lease, but I'd spent almost all my savings on the deposit and first month's rent. And what would I tell the landlord? That my apartment was haunted, that something was moving my stuff around. He'd think I was nuts, so I stayed. But I started keeping a detailed log of everything that happened, taking pictures of how I left rooms, recording timestamps. I thought maybe if I had evidence, someone would believe me. The following weekend, my buddy Mike was supposed to come over to watch the game. I was actually relieved to have someone else in the apartment with me. About 10 minutes after he was due to arrive, there was a knock at the door. I went to answer it, but when I opened the door, Mike was standing there looking completely freaked out. "Dude, what the hell?" he said, walking past me into the apartment. "What?" I asked, closing the door behind him. "I've been knocking for like 5 minutes. I saw you through the peephole, just standing there staring at me. Then you walked away." I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back. "Mike, I just came from the bathroom. I wasn't standing at the door." He looked at me like I was playing a prank. "Don't mess with me, man. I literally watched you walk away from the door after staring at me for a solid minute. It was creepy as hell. Why didn't you answer?" I tried to explain that it wasn't me, but he didn't believe me. He thought I was messing with him. We tried to watch the game, but there was this tension between us. He left at halftime, making some excuse about having plans. I could tell he was uncomfortable. After he left, I sat in my silent apartment trying to process what he'd told me. Something that looked like me had been at my door. Something that could mimic my appearance. The thought made me physically ill. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking I heard footsteps in the hallway or breathing from the corner of my bedroom. I turned on all the lights and searched the apartment again. Nothing. I finally fell asleep around 2 a.m. from sheer exhaustion. At exactly 3:07 a.m., I remember checking my phone. I woke up to the sound of a woman humming in my bathroom. It wasn't loud, but it was clear as day. A slow, melodic tune I didn't recognize. I lay frozen in my bed, afraid to move, afraid to even breathe. The humming continued for maybe 2 minutes, then stopped abruptly. I heard what sounded like a soft laugh, then silence. I didn't get out of bed until morning. When I checked the bathroom, nothing was out of place, but the air felt cold, much colder than the rest of the apartment. 2 days later, I invited my sister over for dinner, hoping she could either validate what I was experiencing or convince me I was imagining things. She's always been the practical one in the family. I didn't tell her anything beforehand. I wanted her unbiased opinion. We were sitting on the couch after dinner when she suddenly looked over her shoulder toward the hallway. "Did you just call my name?" she asked. My stomach dropped. "No." She frowned, looking confused. "I swear I just heard someone whisper 'Sarah' right in my ear." She rubbed the back of her neck. "And it feels like someone's touching my hair." I couldn't speak. I was both terrified and relieved. Terrified because it confirmed something was in my apartment, but relieved because I wasn't going crazy. Sarah stayed another hour, but I could tell she was uncomfortable. Before she left, she asked if I felt okay living alone. Said the apartment had a weird vibe, and maybe I should get a roommate. I almost told her everything then, but I was afraid she'd think I was having some kind of breakdown. The next few days, things escalated. I'd wake up to find all my kitchen chairs arranged in a circle. My clothes would be taken out of drawers and folded in neat piles on the floor. The TV would turn on by itself, always to static. And the sounds, footsteps, whispers, that same humming, became more frequent. But the worst part, the thing that's driven me to write this, happened last night. I came home from work late, around 8 p.m. I was exhausted and just wanted to shower and go to bed. As I was undressing in the bathroom, I caught movement in the mirror. I turned around, but nothing was there. When I looked back at the mirror, I saw myself, but not myself. It's hard to explain. It was my reflection, but the movements were slightly off, like there was a delay. And the expression, I was tired, worried, but my reflection was smiling. A small, knowing smile that I definitely wasn't making. I backed away from the mirror, and my reflection did too, matching my movements again. I told myself it was just my tired brain playing tricks on me. I got in the shower, trying to calm down. The shower has one of those frosted glass doors. As I was washing my hair, I saw a dark shape through the glass, someone standing just outside the shower. I froze, shampoo running into my eyes, heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. "Hello!" I called out, my voice cracking. No response, but the figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching me through the frosted glass. I couldn't make out features, just a human-shaped darkness. I don't know how long I stood there, but eventually I worked up the courage to slide the door open just a crack. Nothing was there. The bathroom was empty. I finished showering in record time, got dressed, and went to the living room. I wasn't going to sleep in the bedroom again. I set up a makeshift bed on the couch and turned on all the lights. I must have dozed off eventually because I woke up suddenly around 2 a.m. The TV was on, showing static. All the lights were off, and there was someone sitting in the chair across from me. It was me, or something that looked exactly like me. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity. It didn't move, neither did I. I couldn't even scream. Then it smiled, that same smile I'd seen in the mirror, and said in my voice, "You should leave." I blinked, and it was gone. The lights came back on by themselves. The TV shut off. I grabbed my keys and phone and ran out of the apartment in my pajamas. I spent the night in my car in a Walmart parking lot. I'm at a coffee shop now writing this. I don't know what to do. I can't go back there, but I can't afford to just abandon my apartment. No one believes me. Why would they? It sounds insane, but I know what I saw. Something is in my apartment, something that can look like me, sound like me, and I think it wants me gone. I don't know if it's a ghost or something else. I've been looking online for similar experiences, trying to find answers. I've found stories about doppelgangers, about entities that can mimic human appearance, but nothing exactly like what I'm experiencing. Has anyone else gone through something like this? Does anyone know what I'm dealing with or how to make it stop? I'm desperate here. I can't keep living like this, afraid to be in my own home, afraid of seeing myself where I shouldn't be. I'm going to a hotel tonight. I don't care about the cost anymore. I can't go back there. Not after last night. Not after seeing myself. Story 9. I've been carrying this experience with me for years now. I've never written about it before, but I think it might help me process what happened. I was only 7 years old when it happened, but the memory is still crystal clear, like it was burned into my brain. My family moved to Phnom Penh during the upheaval of the Khmer Rouge Rebellion. There were 9 of us living in this 3-bedroom apartment on Linden Boulevard. My parents, my sister, my aunt, my 2 cousins, one was just a baby, my uncle and my grandmother. It was crowded, but that's how we lived back then. Family sticks together, especially during hard times. Every Sunday without fail, we would all go to the local Wat temple. My grandmother was the most devout Buddhist in our family. She'd wake up extra early on Sundays to prepare offerings, and would always make sure I was dressed properly. She was strict about respecting traditions. This particular Sunday started like any other. We all got ready and walked to the temple together. My grandmother was moving slower than usual that morning. She had diabetes, which made walking difficult for her. She had this distinctive way of moving. She'd sort of drag her feet across the floor. My dad usually helped her up the temple steps, but she insisted on doing it herself that day. I was a few steps ahead when I heard a commotion behind me. When I turned around, my grandmother had collapsed on the steps. Everything after that became chaos. People were shouting, my mother was crying, and someone was trying to give my grandmother CPR. I just stood there, frozen, watching it all happen. She died, right there on the temple steps. The monks said it was a heart attack. In Cambodian tradition, when someone dies, their spirit has 3 days to walk the earth before final judgment. During this time, the oldest son has to shave his head completely and stay with the monks. So my father had to leave us that same day. He would spend the next 3 days at the temple, praying for my grandmother's soul. We returned to our apartment that afternoon, all of us in shock. The apartment felt emptier, quieter without my grandmother and father. That night it was just my aunt, my sister, my baby cousin, and me at home. My mother and uncle were handling funeral arrangements, and my other cousin was staying with relatives. I remember my aunt trying to keep things normal. She cooked dinner, but nobody really ate much. We all just pushed food around our plates. The apartment felt strange without my grandmother sitting in her usual spot, complaining about how the food wasn't spicy enough. Around 8 p.m., we were sitting in the living room watching TV, trying to distract ourselves, when we heard a loud crash from the kitchen. My aunt jumped up and ran to see what happened. I followed her. All the pans that were hanging above the stove had fallen to the floor. All of them at once. My aunt looked confused. She picked them up and hung them back, saying maybe they weren't secured properly. But I remember those pans. My grandmother had hung them herself, and they had never fallen before. We had just settled back in the living room when we heard a loud bang from my grandmother's bedroom. It was a very specific sound, one I recognized immediately. My grandmother's TV had poor reception, and she would always hit the top of it with her palm to fix it. That bang was identical to the sound of her hitting her TV, but her room was empty. My sister started crying, and my aunt tried to calm her down, saying it was probably just the neighbors. But the look on my aunt's face told me she didn't believe that either. After that, we were all too scared to be alone. My aunt moved the baby's crib into the living room, and we decided we would all sleep there together. My aunt pushed the couch against the wall and laid out blankets on the floor. She turned on all the lights in the apartment, the living room, the hallway, the bathroom, the kitchen. She said it was so we could see if we needed to get up during the night, but I knew she was scared of the dark now. I couldn't sleep. I lay there on the floor, staring at the ceiling, listening to my sister's soft breathing beside me, the baby's occasional whimpers, and my aunt's restless turning. The apartment made its usual nighttime noises, the hum of the refrigerator, the occasional car passing on the street below, the ticking of the clock on the wall. It must have been around midnight when I noticed the hallway light switch off. Just like that. One moment it was on, and the next it was off. I sat up, my heart pounding. I was about to wake my aunt when the bathroom light switched on. I could see the glow spilling into the hallway. Then I heard water running, the bathtub faucet. I recognized the sound because it had a distinctive squeak when turned on, and the pipes in our old building would rattle. I was terrified, but also curious. I sat up straighter, straining to hear. That's when I heard a metallic clang, like something being dropped into the tub. It was the sound of my grandmother's metal bathing bowl. She couldn't bathe herself properly because of her diabetes, so every night she'd fill this bowl with water and use it to wash herself while sitting on a stool in the tub. I wanted to wake my aunt, but I was frozen in place. Then came the sound that made my blood run cold, the unmistakable sound of feet dragging across the bathroom floor, then into the hallway. My grandmother's distinctive gait. Slow, dragging steps. Shuffling towards the living room. The footsteps stopped at the living room doorway. I couldn't see anything there in the darkness, but then I noticed something on the wall. We had propped up a crib mattress against the wall. We used to put it on the floor during the day for the baby to play on, and on this mattress I could see a shadow, a silhouette. It was my grandmother's shape, the rounded shoulders, the slight hunch, the outline of her traditional sampot skirt that she always wore. The silhouette just stood there, as if watching us sleep. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even blink. I just stared at that shadow, and somehow I knew it was staring back at me. I don't know how long we stayed like that. Me watching the shadow watching us. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the bathroom light switched off. The shadow disappeared. The apartment was dark again except for the living room light. I must have fallen asleep eventually because the next thing I remember is waking up to sunlight streaming through the windows. My aunt was already up, feeding the baby. I asked her if she had heard anything during the night, but she said no. She had taken a sleeping pill to help her rest. I told her what I saw and heard. She listened quietly, then said something I'll never forget. Your grandmother loved you very much. Maybe she came back to say goodbye. Later that day, when we went to the bathroom, we found something that made my skin crawl. The bathtub was wet, and on the edge sat my grandmother's metal bowl. My aunt had packed it away the previous afternoon with my grandmother's other belongings. When my father returned from the temple 3 days later, we told him what happened. He wasn't surprised. He said that in our culture, the spirits of the departed often return to complete unfinished business or to say goodbye to loved ones. I've thought about that night many times over the years. Was I just a scared kid with an overactive imagination? Was I dreaming? Or did my grandmother really come back to perform her nightly ritual one last time and to watch over us as we slept? I still don't have answers, but I know what I saw and heard. The crashing pans, the TV bang, the lights turning off and on by themselves, the running water, the metal bowl, the dragging footsteps. and that silhouette standing in the doorway, watching us. Sometimes I wonder if she was trying to tell us something, or if she was just making sure we were okay before she moved on. I like to think it was the latter, that even after death, she was still looking out for us, still being our grandmother. My grandmother was buried the next day. We never experienced anything like that in the apartment again. It was as if she had completed what she needed to do and could finally rest. But that one night, when her spirit returned home, will stay with me forever. It's been years since that night, and I've never been able to explain what happened. I've spoken to monks and spiritual leaders, and they all say the same thing. Sometimes love is stronger than death. Sometimes the need to say goodbye, to complete a familiar ritual one last time, can bring a spirit back to those they left behind. I don't know if that's true, but I do know that for one night, the boundary between life and death didn't seem so fixed. And while it scared me then, now it brings me a strange comfort. The idea that maybe death isn't the end of our connections to those we love. I still miss my grandmother. I still remember how she used to bring me sweets from the market and tell me stories about Cambodia before the war. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night and hear an unexplained noise, a small part of me wonders if she's still checking in on me, still making sure I'm okay. Story 10. I never believed in ghosts. Not really. Even when my grandmother used to tell me stories about spirits that roamed her childhood home in Tennessee, I just smiled and nodded. I was always the practical one in the family. I believed in what I could see, touch, and explain. That all changed when I turned 25. My husband, Mark, and I built our home in 2000. We were so proud of it. Our first real milestone as a married couple. We picked everything ourselves, from the layout to the color of the bathroom tiles. For the first 5 years, everything was completely normal. We hosted barbecues in summer, decorated for Christmas each winter, and slowly filled the place with memories. Just an ordinary house in an ordinary suburban neighborhood. The first incident happened on a Tuesday afternoon in October. I remember the date clearly, because it was the day before our wedding anniversary. Mark was at work, and I was folding laundry in our bedroom when I heard it. The distinctive sound of dresser drawers opening and closing in our guest room across the hall. My first thought was that someone had broken in. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911, and crept toward the guest room. The door was open just as I'd left it that morning. When I peered inside, the room was empty, completely empty. But the top drawer of the dresser was pulled open about halfway. I told myself it must have slid open on its own. Maybe the house had settled or something. But when I pushed it closed and turned to leave, I heard it open again behind me. I spun around and watched, frozen, as the drawer slowly slid open with no one touching it. I ran out of the house and sat in my car until Mark came home. When I told him what happened, he checked the dresser and said the tracks probably needed to be adjusted. He fixed it that weekend, and I convinced myself that was all it had been. But 2 weeks later, I was alone again, and this time I heard footsteps in our attic. Heavy, deliberate steps that crossed from one end to the other. We used the attic mainly for storage, and it required a pull-down ladder to access. The ladder was still folded up when I checked. That's when I started to get really scared. Not just momentary fear, but a constant low-level anxiety that something wasn't right with our house. I didn't tell Mark immediately. I didn't want him to think I was losing it. Instead, I started keeping notes of strange occurrences in a journal. December 12th. 3 candles fell off the mantel simultaneously while I was reading on the couch. December 18th. TV turned on by itself at 3:14 a.m., waking us both up. January 5th. All kitchen cabinet doors found open in the morning. I finally confided in my sister Jen, who suggested I try recording the house when I was alone. "If you're hearing things," she said, "maybe you'll catch something on tape." The idea seemed silly, but I was desperate for answers. I set up my phone to record in the guest room one afternoon while I worked in my home office down the hall. When I played back the recording that evening, my blood ran cold. About 40 minutes in, you could clearly hear me cough from down the hall, and then a male voice whispering, "She's here." I almost dropped my phone. The voice was so clear, but there was nobody else in the house that day. Nobody. Something changed in me after that recording. I wasn't just scared anymore. I was curious. If something was in our house, I wanted to know what it was and what it wanted. I started doing more recordings, this time asking questions out loud and leaving pauses for responses. "Is anyone here with me? What's your name? Do you mean us harm?" Most recordings picked up nothing but silence, but occasionally I'd get responses. One day I distinctly heard no after asking if they meant us harm. Another time, when I asked why they were here, a whispery voice said, "I want to help." Help with what? I never got an answer to that question. The activity seemed to follow a pattern. It would intensify for a few days, then go quiet for weeks. Just when I would start to think it was over, something would happen that was impossible to ignore. Like the boards in the attic. We had some leftover hardwood flooring stored up there from when we built the house. One afternoon, while I was working from home, there was a tremendous crash from above. It sounded like someone had taken all those boards and thrown them across the attic floor. I was alone in the house with our 2 dogs, who started barking frantically. I didn't have the courage to check the attic that day. When Mark got home, he went up and found the boards scattered everywhere, as if someone had deliberately spread them out. But the ladder had been folded up, the access door closed. There was no way anyone could have been up there. Mark started to take my concerns more seriously after that. He suggested maybe there was a logical explanation. Animals getting in somehow, or strong vibrations from the nearby highway. But I could see the doubt in his eyes. He'd experienced things too. Cold spots in the hallway, his keys moving from where he'd left them, the sensation of someone sitting on the edge of the bed when he was alone. The incident with the vacuum cleaner is what really convinced him something was wrong. I had been outside, letting the dogs into the backyard for about 5 minutes. When I came back in, our vacuum cleaner was standing upright in the middle of the hallway. It hadn't been there when I went out. It was stored in the closet, and it wasn't just out of the closet. It was positioned perfectly straight, as if someone had placed it there deliberately and walked away. Mark was at work. The doors were locked. There was no explanation. The timing of certain events became unsettling too. One night at dinner, we were discussing how our plants needed watering because of the drought. The moment Mark said water, the watering can fell off its hook in the laundry room with a loud clatter. Another time, I was on the phone with my mother talking about my grandfather's health problems, and a framed family photo with him in it suddenly fell off the wall. These weren't random occurrences anymore. Whatever was in our house was listening to us, responding to us. By the spring, things had escalated to the point where I didn't want to be alone in the house. Objects would move right in front of me. One morning I watched a coffee mug slide across the kitchen counter about 4 inches, as if pushed by an invisible hand. I felt watched constantly, especially in the guest room and our master bathroom. Mark suggested we bring in professionals. At first, I resisted. It felt like admitting something was seriously wrong. But after an incident where all the framed photos in our hallway were turned face down overnight, I agreed. The paranormal investigators came on a Saturday. There were 3 of them, a middle-aged woman named Karen who seemed to be in charge, and 2 younger guys with all kinds of equipment. They set up cameras, audio recorders, and devices they said could detect changes in electromagnetic fields. They interviewed us about our experiences and then began their investigation. That day changed everything. What had been scary but somewhat manageable suddenly became overwhelming. About an hour into their investigation, I was sitting in the living room with Karen while the guys checked the upstairs. Suddenly I felt different. Angry, hostile, like I wanted to scream at these strangers to get out of my house. It wasn't my normal personality at all. I felt like someone else was inside my head, pushing my own thoughts aside. I must have looked strange because Karen asked if I was okay. I told her I felt wrong, like I wasn't myself. She suggested we move to another room, and as soon as we stepped out of the living room, the feeling lifted. When we tried going back in, it returned immediately, this overwhelming sense of rage that wasn't mine. Later, one of the guys called us all upstairs. He'd been alone in the guest room when he distinctly heard someone clear their throat behind him. When he turned around, no one was there, but the closet door slowly closed. We all gathered in the hallway outside that room, and that's when we heard footsteps moving from the guest room toward the master bedroom. Heavy footsteps, like a man wearing boots. There was nobody else in the house. Karen pulled out some sage and began burning it, moving from room to room. She explained she was trying to cleanse the energy, to push out whatever negative presence was there. As she moved through the house, the strangest things happened. Lights flickered, a window blind suddenly rolled up on its own, and the temperature in the master bathroom dropped so dramatically we could see our breath. I started crying, overwhelmed by it all. This was our home, the place we had built with such hope and love, and now it felt contaminated by something we couldn't see or understand. The cleansing ritual took almost an hour. By the end, I felt drained but somehow lighter, as if something oppressive had been temporarily lifted. Karen warned us that the cleansing might not be permanent. She believed our house had multiple spirits, not all of them negative, but one particularly strong male presence that seemed territorial and angry. She asked if anyone had died on our property. As far as we knew, no one had. Our house was new, built on land that had previously been an empty lot, but she suggested researching the history of the land further back. Before they left, Karen took me aside and said something that still haunts me. "You're sensitive. That's why you experience more of this than your husband does. It's like a radio frequency. Some people can tune in better than others. Be careful with that gift. It can attract things." I didn't want a gift. I wanted my normal life back. We tried to stay in the house after that. Things were quieter for a few weeks following the cleansing, but gradually the activity returned. Objects would disappear and reappear in strange places. The dogs refused to enter certain rooms. I continued to feel watched, especially at night. The breaking point came about 2 months after the investigation. I woke up around 3 a.m. to find a man standing at the foot of our bed. He was tall, with broad shoulders, wearing what looked like old-fashioned clothes. I could see right through him to the wall behind. I tried to scream but couldn't make a sound. He stared at me for what felt like minutes, then simply faded away. We put the house on the market the next day. It sold quickly. Thankfully, we never had to disclose our reasons for moving, since no one ever asked if the house was haunted. We moved about 30 miles away to a different suburb, to an older home with a history we researched thoroughly before buying. The strange thing is, even in our new home, I sometimes feel presences, but they're different, calmer, less intrusive. About a year after we moved, my grandfather passed away. He'd been close to me my whole life. A few weeks after his funeral, I was alone in the kitchen when I smelled his distinctive pipe tobacco scent. It was so strong and sudden that I turned around, half expecting to see him sitting at our table. The scent lingered for about a minute, then dissipated. It's happened several times since then, always when I'm feeling sad or worried about something. I'll catch that scent, or feel a gentle pressure on my shoulder, like someone giving me a reassuring squeeze. I've come to believe that what Karen said was true. I am sensitive to whatever exists beyond our normal perception. Not everything out there is dangerous or angry. Some presences, like my grandfather, seem to watch over us, to offer comfort or protection. But I'll never forget those months in our first home when something hostile seemed determined to drive us out. I still don't know what it was or why it targeted us. Sometimes I wonder about the people who bought our house, if they've experienced anything strange. I've been tempted to drive by to see if they're still living there, but Mark thinks that's a bad idea. Let it go, he says. Whatever was there, it's not our problem anymore. Except it is, in a way, because now I know with absolute certainty that we're not alone in this world. Things exist that most people never perceive. They move through walls, listen to our conversations, and sometimes, for reasons I may never understand, they reach out and make their presence known. I'm writing this all down now because last night I heard our dresser drawer open and close by itself for the first time in our new house, and I don't know what to do. Story 11. I don't know if I should be sharing this, but I need to get it off my chest. I've been dealing with this for years now, and it's still hard for me to talk about. Even typing this makes my hands shake a little. Maybe someone here has gone through something similar or can help me make sense of what happened. It all started when I was around 10 years old. I was at daycare after school, and some of the older kids were trading scary stories in the corner of the playroom. I wasn't supposed to be listening, but you know how it is when you're a kid. Anything forbidden immediately becomes 10 times more interesting. This one boy, I think his name was Marcus, was telling a story about his cousin who had seen a black figure in their hallway late at night. According to Marcus, his cousin had gotten up to use the bathroom and seen this thing standing there. It was completely black, like a shadow, but somehow solid, with these bright white eyes that seemed to glow in the dark. The cousin had followed it into the bathroom, and a week later, their grandmother died unexpectedly. I know it sounds stupid now, but that story got stuck in my head. I couldn't shake it. Every night after that, going to the bathroom became this whole ordeal. I'd hold it as long as I could, and when I finally couldn't anymore, I'd run down the hallway with my eyes half closed. Terrified, I'd see that black figure with the white eyes. We lived in the projects at the time, this run-down apartment complex where the walls were thin enough that you could hear your neighbors arguing at night. My sister and I shared a bedroom with these metal bunk beds. I had the top bunk, which I usually loved because it made me feel safe, like nothing could reach me up there. But then the sleep paralysis started. The first time it happened, I woke up in the middle of the night. I couldn't have been asleep for more than a few hours. Immediately, I knew something was wrong. My body felt heavy, like someone had piled blankets on top of me, except it wasn't just my chest. It was my arms, my legs, even my head. I tried to move, to sit up, but nothing happened. I was completely frozen. And then I saw it, the black figure from the story, standing at the foot of my bed. It was tall, its head almost touching our ceiling, and completely black, like a hole in reality. The only features I could make out were those eyes, stark white, no pupils, just staring at me, not moving, not doing anything, just watching. I tried to scream for my mom, my dad, even my sister sleeping below me, but my mouth wouldn't open. My vocal cords wouldn't work. I was trapped in my own body, forced to stare back at this thing until, eventually, I must have fallen back asleep. When I woke up the next morning, I convinced myself it had just been a nightmare. I didn't tell anyone. Not my parents, not my sister, nobody. What was I supposed to say? That I saw the monster from Marcus's story in our bedroom? They'd think I was making it up for attention. But it happened again and again. Sometimes it was just the black figure standing there watching. Other times it would be closer to my bed, or I'd feel like it was sitting on my chest. Each time I couldn't move, couldn't scream, could barely breathe. The worst episode happened about a month after the first one. I woke up in the middle of the night, same as before, that immediate feeling of wrongness, the heaviness in my limbs, the inability to move. But this time, I didn't see the black figure. Instead, there was an old woman clinging to the foot of my bunk bed. She didn't look like anyone I knew. Her face was wrinkled, her hair thin and grey, and she was wearing this faded nightgown that seemed to float around her even though there was no breeze in our bedroom. Her fingers, long and bony, were gripping the metal frame of my bed so tightly that her knuckles were white. I tried to scream again, to call for help, but nothing came out. And then, in one sudden movement, she was on top of me, not beside me, not sitting on the edge of my bed, directly on my chest. She weighed a ton, like a concrete block pressing down on me. I couldn't breathe. My lungs burned from the effort of trying to suck in air. The old woman's face was inches from mine, her eyes cloudy and grey like she had cataracts, staring directly into mine. I swear I could smell her breath, this sickly sweet odour that reminded me of the time our refrigerator broke and all the food inside rotted. I was convinced I was going to die. The pressure on my chest was so intense, and I still couldn't move, couldn't call for help. Black spots started appearing in my vision, and I remember thinking, this is it. This is how I'm going to go. And then, just as suddenly as she appeared, she was gone. The pressure lifted, and I gasped for air, my lungs burning as I finally managed to breathe. I still couldn't move for what felt like forever, but eventually the paralysis broke, and I curled up into a ball, shaking and crying silently so I wouldn't wake my sister. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, afraid to close my eyes in case the old woman came back. The next day at school I was a mess. I could barely stay awake, and my teacher had to call my mum to come pick me up early because I kept nodding off in class. My mum thought I was coming down with something and let me stay home the following day. I didn't tell her what had really happened. How could I? She'd either think I was making it up or worse, that something was seriously wrong with me. The final episode in that house was the strangest. I went to bed like normal, exhausted from a day of trying to stay awake in class. I don't remember falling asleep, but suddenly I was awake again, and it was dark. The familiar heaviness was there, the inability to move, but this time I could hear my parents talking in the living room. Their voices were muffled, like they were speaking through a wall, which technically they were, but I could make out bits and pieces of their conversation. Something about bills, about maybe having to move, about my dad's job. Normal parent stuff. But what wasn't normal was that I could hear all this and still not move. I tried calling out to them. They were right there, just down the hall, but my voice wouldn't work. I tried thrashing around, making noise somehow, but my body refused to cooperate. Eventually, I must have fallen back asleep because the next thing I remember is my mum shaking me awake, telling me I needed to get up for dinner. Dinner, not breakfast. Dinner. According to my parents, I'd slept for almost an entire day. My mom had checked on me in the morning, but since I'd been sent home sick the day before, she decided to let me rest. It wasn't until the afternoon, when I still hadn't gotten up, that she started to worry. The thing is, I don't remember any of that. I don't remember my mom checking on me, don't remember sleeping through the entire day. The last thing I remember is hearing my parents talking and not being able to move. A few months after that incident, we moved. My dad got a better job, and we could finally afford to leave the projects. We moved into this small but nice house in a suburban neighborhood about 20 minutes away. My sister and I still shared a room, but we got new beds, regular twin beds, not bunks. For a while, everything was fine. The sleep paralysis episode stopped, and I started to convince myself that maybe it had all been in my head. Maybe it was just stress from living in a bad neighborhood, or maybe I'd been sick with something that made me hallucinate. Whatever the explanation, I was just glad it was over, until it wasn't. I was 14, home alone one Saturday afternoon. My parents had taken my sister to her friend's birthday party, and I'd opted to stay home because I was in the middle of this intense Xbox game. I was sitting on the floor of my bedroom, controller in hand, completely focused on the screen, when something moved in my peripheral vision. I glanced towards my open bedroom door, just in time to see a little girl run past. She couldn't have been more than 6 or 7, with dark hair in pigtails and a red dress. She ran past my door and towards my sister's room, which was just down the hall. My first thought was that my parents had come home early and brought one of my sister's friends with them. I paused my game and got up, calling out, "Hello?" No one answered. I walked down the hall to my sister's room, expecting to find the little girl inside, maybe playing with my sister's toys or something. But when I got there, the door was closed. I know it had been open earlier. My sister always left her door open when she wasn't home. I reached for the doorknob, but something stopped me. This feeling of dread washed over me. Like if I opened that door, something terrible would be waiting on the other side. Not the little girl I'd seen, but something else, something worse. I backed away, my heart pounding in my chest. I went back to my room, closed the door, and unpaused my game, trying to convince myself that I'd imagined the whole thing. But I couldn't focus on the game anymore. I kept glancing at my door, half expecting to see the little girl standing there. When my parents and sister finally came home, I casually asked if anyone else had been in the house while they were gone. My dad looked at me like I was crazy and said no, they'd locked up when they left, and the house had been empty except for me. I checked my sister's room later, looking for any sign that someone had been in there. Disturbed toys, open drawers, anything, but everything was exactly as she'd left it. I never saw the little girl again, but sometimes, when I'm home alone, I'll hear footsteps running down the hall or a door closing when there's no one else around to close it. The sleep paralysis has mostly stopped, but I still get episodes occasionally. I'll wake up in the middle of the night, completely frozen, unable to move or speak. I don't see the black figure or the old woman anymore, but the paralysis itself is terrifying enough. I've developed this method of dealing with it. I focus all my energy on moving just one finger, then my hand, then my arm, until I can finally jerk my whole body and break free from the paralysis. It works, most of the time. But there are still nights when I'm trapped for what feels like hours, silently screaming for help that never comes. I've tried researching sleep paralysis, tried to find scientific explanations for what I experienced. The rational part of my brain knows it's probably just a sleep disorder, maybe combined with an overactive imagination. But there's this other part of me, this part that remembers the weight of the old woman on my chest, the smell of her breath, the way the little girl's pigtails bounced as she ran past my door. This part of me isn't convinced, because here's the thing. If it was just sleep paralysis, how do I explain seeing the little girl when I was wide awake? How do I explain hearing my parents talking when they insist they weren't home? How do I explain sleeping for an entire day without any memory of it? I don't know if what I experienced was supernatural or if there's a logical explanation for all of it. All I know is that it happened to me, and sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I still find myself staring at my bedroom door, half expecting to see that black figure with the white eyes standing there watching me. I still don't like using the bathroom at night. I still sleep with a nightlight, even though I'm way too old for that now. And I still can't shake the feeling that whatever I saw all those years ago is still out there somewhere waiting. I just hope it doesn't find me again. Story 12. I've never told this story to anyone, except my boyfriend and my parents, mostly because I'm afraid people will think I'm crazy or attention-seeking. But it's been 3 months now, and I still can't stop thinking about what happened. I need to get this off my chest, so here goes. It was exactly 4:30 a.m. when it happened. I remember checking my phone the moment I woke up, feeling something off. I was staying at my boyfriend Jake's house in Lakewood. We'd been dating for about 8 months, and I'd stayed over plenty of times before without anything weird happening. Jake's house is pretty old, built in the 1950s. Nothing spectacular, just your average suburban home with creaky floors and drafty windows. That night, we'd gone to bed around midnight after watching some stupid comedy on Netflix. Jake fell asleep almost immediately, he always does, but I stayed up scrolling through my phone for a while before eventually drifting off. I'm not sure what woke me up at 4:30. It wasn't a noise or Jake moving around. He was still sound asleep beside me, facing the other way. It was more of a feeling, like when you can tell someone's watching you. The room was dark, except for the faint blue glow of Jake's alarm clock and a sliver of streetlight coming through the gap in the curtains. At first, I just laid there, trying to figure out what had woken me. The house was completely silent, not even the usual creaking sounds old houses make. It was that heavy kind of silence that feels almost like pressure on your ears. I had this overwhelming urge to look toward the corner of the room by the foot of the bed. It wasn't scary at first, just a weird compulsion. So I rolled over, thinking it was nothing. That's when I saw him. There was an elderly man floating, not standing, actually floating, about a foot off the ground in the corner of the room. And when I say floating, I mean his feet weren't touching the floor. At all. Here's the really weird part. He wasn't some misty, transparent figure like you see in movies. He was incredibly detailed. I could see every wrinkle on his face, his messy grey hair that was balding on top. He had these deep-set eyes, and I could tell he was missing a few teeth when his mouth moved slightly. He was wearing blue and white striped pajamas, the old-fashioned kind, with buttons down the front, and grey socks. He was holding what looked like an old brown leather book or journal against his chest. The strangest thing, though, was this faint blue-grey glow around him, like he was illuminated by some light source I couldn't see. When I gasped, because what else do you do when you see a freaking ghost? He actually turned and looked directly at me, and I swear to God he seemed surprised, like he was shocked that I could see him. His bushy eyebrows went up, and he tilted his head a little, studying me. Then, and this is the part that still gives me chills, he just shrugged, like, wasn't expecting that. It was such a casual human gesture. After that, he turned away from me and just went up, straight up through the ceiling. The last thing I saw were his grey-socked feet disappearing into the ceiling. No dramatic fade-out, no swirling mist. He just passed through solid matter like it wasn't there. I sat bolt upright in bed, my heart pounding. Jake was still sound asleep beside me, completely oblivious. I reached out and touched his shoulder just to make sure he was real, and I wasn't still dreaming. My hand didn't pass through him or anything, and the warmth of his skin under my fingers was reassuring. I need to be super clear about this. I wasn't paralyzed or frozen. I could move freely. I blinked, I gasped, I sat up afterward. This wasn't sleep paralysis. I've read about that since it happened, and what I experienced doesn't fit. I wasn't scared in the traditional sense either. Startled, yes, but not terrified. It was more like profound confusion mixed with awe. After sitting there for what felt like forever, probably only a minute or two, I grabbed my phone to check the time again. 4:33 a.m. The whole encounter had taken less than 3 minutes. I couldn't go back to sleep. I just sat there, staring at the corner where the old man had been, trying to process what I'd seen. I kept thinking maybe my eyes had played tricks on me, but I knew deep down that wasn't it. The details were too specific, too real. At around 6 a.m., Jake woke up and found me sitting up against the headboard, still staring at that corner. "What's wrong?" he asked, and I didn't know what to say at first. When I finally told him what happened, he was surprisingly understanding. He didn't laugh or tell me I was crazy or that it was just a dream. Instead, he told me something I hadn't known. His grandmother, who had owned the house before him, used to talk about seeing an old man in the house occasionally. Jake had always written it off as his grandmother's dementia in her later years. That's when I got serious chills. After breakfast, I called my mom. I'd never really believed the stories she told about me as a baby, how I would laugh and babble at empty corners, how I would wave at things no one else could see. She claimed I used to have invisible friends that I would describe in detail, but I'd stopped talking about them around age 3. I'd always assumed that was just normal little kid imagination stuff, you know. But now I wasn't so sure. Mum got really quiet when I told her what happened. Then she said something that made my skin crawl. "They've always been drawn to you, Amelia. I just thought you'd grown out of being able to see them." I asked her what she meant by them, and she told me about incidents I had no memory of, like when I was 2, and I described my great-grandfather in perfect detail, down to the scar on his cheek from a fishing accident, even though he'd died years before I was born, and there were no photos of him in our house, or the time when I was 3 and refused to go into our basement because the sad lady with the wet hair was down there. My parents later found out from neighbors that a woman had drowned herself in the creek behind our property back in the 1970s. I'd heard vague versions of these stories before, but I'd always dismissed them. Now they hit differently. For the next week, after seeing the ghost, I stayed at my own apartment. I couldn't bring myself to go back to Jake's place right away. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those grey socks disappearing into the ceiling. What bothers me most isn't that I saw a ghost. It's the casualness of the encounter, the way he seemed surprised I could see him, like he was just going about his business, not expecting to be noticed. It makes me wonder how many of them are around us all the time, just passing through, that we can't see. I did some research on Jake's house after that. It turns out it was built by a man named Harold Fletcher in 1952. He was a local accountant who lived there until his death in 1987. I found his obituary online with a grainy black and white photo. It was him, the same deep-set eyes, the same balding pattern. According to the obituary, he died in his sleep at home. The article mentioned he was an avid journal keeper who documented daily life in Lakewood for over 40 years. That brown leather book he was holding, it must have been one of his journals. I've been back to Jake's house since then, several times actually. I haven't seen the old man, Harold, again, but sometimes I get that same feeling of being watched, usually around 4:30 in the morning, which is when I now inevitably wake up whenever I stay there. Last week, I was in Jake's attic, helping him look for some camping gear, when I found a box labeled Grandma's Stuff. Inside were old photo albums, some costume jewelry, and a stack of papers. Among them was a handwritten note from Jake's grandmother to him, dated a few months before she died. "The man in the striped pajamas is harmless," she'd written. "He's just checking on his house. He seems pleased with how we've taken care of it." I didn't tell Jake I found the note. I put it back in the box, but I can't stop thinking about it. What gets me is that I never believed in ghosts before this happened. I was always the skeptical but open-minded type. I'd listen to ghost stories at sleepovers and get appropriately spooked, but I never really thought they were real. Now I don't know what to believe. Sometimes I wonder if he'll come back. If he does, I have questions. Why that night? Why was he surprised I could see him? Where was he going when he passed through the ceiling? Is he stuck in some kind of loop, revisiting his former home? Or does he have freedom to go wherever he wants? I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was a vivid dream that felt real. Maybe it was some kind of hallucination brought on by stress, though I wasn't particularly stressed at the time. But the coincidences are too strong. Jake's grandmother seeing the same figure, the obituary photo matching what I saw, the journal. The weirdest part is that I wasn't scared when it happened. Startled, yes. Confused, absolutely, but not terrified. There was something almost normal about the encounter, like bumping into a stranger in a place you didn't expect to see anyone. That momentary awkwardness of recognition, then moving on. I still stay at Jake's house regularly. Sometimes I find myself looking at that corner of the bedroom, half hoping to see Harold again. I even whispered a hello to the empty room once when Jake was in the shower. Nothing happened, but it felt less weird than I expected. My mom thinks I should develop this ability, whatever it is. She's been sending me books about mediums and psychics. I haven't opened any of them yet. I'm not sure I want to see more of whatever they are. But I can't help wondering if Harold is still there, floating around his old house, checking on things, surprised that someone finally noticed him after all these years. I keep a light on at night now when I sleep at Jake's. Not because I'm scared of seeing Harold again, but because I'm scared of who else might be there that I haven't noticed yet. Because if Harold exists, how many others do too? How thin is the veil between our world and theirs? And what happens if something less benign than a curious old man in striped pajamas decides to pass through? It's been 3 months, and I still wake up at 4:30 a.m. whenever I stay at Jake's house. Sometimes I just stare at that corner, waiting. Sometimes I whisper, "Good evening, Harold," into the darkness. So far he hasn't returned, or if he has, he's been more careful not to be seen, but I know what I saw, and I know he saw me too. The Dundutor. Story 13. I still can't believe it's been 6 months since I moved out of that place. Even now, sitting in my new apartment with all the lights on, I get chills thinking about those 2 months. They felt like 2 years. I need to write this down, maybe to make sense of it, or just to convince myself I'm not crazy. Back in January, my family got evicted from our apartment. The landlord sold the building with almost no notice, and we all had to scatter. My sister went to stay with her friend, my mom moved in with her boyfriend, and I ended up at my aunt's second house on the east side of the city. I was grateful for a place to stay, I really was, but from the moment I pulled up to that house, something felt wrong. The house itself was huge, at least compared to what I was used to. 2 stories, 4 bedrooms, with this massive metal front door that looked like it belonged in a fortress, not a residential neighborhood. My aunt handed me the keys and explained that my uncle used to run his practice there before he moved it downtown. See, my uncle had originally studied to become a priest before switching to psychoanalysis. He was always into weird stuff, tarot readings, black magic research, even performed a few exorcisms from what I heard. But I never thought much about it until I had to live there. The first night alone in that house is something I'll never forget. I unpacked my stuff, ordered a pizza, watched some Netflix on my laptop. Normal stuff to ease into a new place. Around 11 p.m., I decided to turn in. I was lying in bed, scrolling through my phone when I heard it. 3 massive bangs from inside my closet. Not like something falling. These were deliberate, powerful thuds, like someone was punching the wall from inside. My heart nearly stopped. I called my aunt right away, my voice shaking. She brushed it off, saying it was probably the neighbors. But I knew better. The sound wasn't coming from next door or upstairs. It was coming from inside my closet. Plus, the bangs were way too loud to be from a neighboring house. I slept with the lights on that night, watching that closet door until sunrise. After that first night, I developed this routine. I'd come home from work and immediately feel this crushing anxiety the moment I put my key in that metal door. I'd rush inside and flip on every light switch I could reach, then run upstairs to turn on the bedroom lights. I practically sprinted up those stairs every single time. I never knew why, but my body knew something was wrong. Most nights I'd lock myself in my bedroom, only leaving to use the attached bathroom. I couldn't explain it, but certain areas of the house felt heavier. The kitchen was one spot I avoided after dark. There was also this small chapel room my uncle had set up years ago that I never entered after my first week there. Just walking past its open door made the hair on my arms stand up. About 3 weeks in, my girlfriend Melissa came over to see the place. She was excited. The house looked impressive from the outside, and I hadn't told her about any of the weird stuff. I didn't want to sound crazy. While I was making us coffee, she wandered off to explore. When she called my name, her voice had this edge to it that made my stomach drop. I found her in what used to be my uncle's office, holding an old cassette tape. "Look what I found," she said, pointing to a small box full of similar tapes. This one was labeled Session 17, Maria C., Headache Treatment. Curiosity got the better of us. My uncle had left an old cassette player in the desk drawer, so we popped it in and pressed play. At first, it was just what you'd expect. My uncle's professional voice asking a woman about her symptoms. She described terrible headaches that had started suddenly a week before. About 4 minutes in, the woman's voice changed mid-sentence. It dropped several octaves, becoming this deep, guttural sound that didn't seem human. She, or whatever was speaking through her, started talking in some language I couldn't identify. It wasn't Spanish or Latin or anything I recognized. My uncle remained calm on the recording, asking questions in the same strange language. Melissa yanked the tape out, her hands shaking. "What the hell was that?" she demanded. I had no answer. We put the tape back where we found it and closed the door to the office. That night, she refused to stay over. After we found that tape, things escalated. I started finding large spiders and even a scorpion in my bedroom, despite the fact that it was winter and the house was sealed tight. One morning, I woke up to find a deck of playing cards I'd left on my nightstand spread out in a perfect circle on the floor. I never sleepwalk, and I'm a light sleeper. I would have woken up if I'd done it myself. The feelings of being watched intensified, especially in 3 areas: the kitchen, the chapel, and that office where we found the tape. Sometimes I'd be washing dishes and feel someone standing directly behind me, breathing on my neck. I'd spin around to find an empty room, but the sensation wouldn't stop. In the chapel, it felt like multiple eyes were on me from every corner of the room. The office was the worst. The air felt thick, making it hard to breathe whenever I had to walk past it. About a month and a half in, I was at my breaking point. I was losing sleep, my work performance was suffering, and Melissa had stopped coming over completely. I finally broke down and called my cousin Anna, my uncle's daughter. I figured if anyone knew about the house, she would. What she told me made my blood run cold. "Dad performed an exorcism there," she said casually, like she was telling me about a renovation. "Something was in that house when they bought it. He knew it was there, but didn't think it was dangerous, just restless. Those tapes you found, that's how he documented supernatural encounters. He was collecting evidence for his research." I asked her why no one had warned me before I moved in. She seemed surprised by the question. "We thought you knew. Everyone in the family knows about that house. Why do you think no one else offered to stay there?" The final 2 weeks were a blur of anxiety and sleep deprivation. I started sleeping with the TV on to drown out the occasional whispers I'd hear coming from the vents. I'd wake up with small bruises on my arms and legs that I couldn't explain. The metal front door would sometimes make a loud unlocking sound in the middle of the night, but when I'd check, it was still locked and secure. When I finally found a new apartment and moved out, my mum came to help me load the last of my things. She refused to come inside the house, though. She stayed in the parking area, claiming she needed to watch the car. At the time, I didn't think much of it. I was just desperate to get out. A few months later, over dinner, I finally asked her why she never came in that day. She laughed and said, "Oh, honey, I knew that place was haunted the minute your aunt bought it. No way was I setting foot in there. I nearly choked on my food." "You knew? Why didn't you say something when I moved in?" She shrugged. "I figured you'd be fine for a short stay. Your uncle always said the spirits there were mostly harmless." Mostly harmless. Those words still echo in my head. I've tried to research what might have happened in that house before my aunt and uncle bought it, but I've found nothing concrete. All I know is that I've never felt anything like the dread that house gave me, and I still check inside my closet every night before I go to bed. Sometimes I think about that tape and wonder what language that was, or if my uncle really knew what he was dealing with. Other times, I wonder if whatever was in that house followed me to my new place. Because sometimes, not often, but sometimes, I wake up at exactly 3:17 a.m. to the sound of 3 loud bangs, like someone pounding on a wall from the inside. Story 14. Whoa. I still get chills thinking about what happened to me and my sister. It's been years, but sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I heard that voice again. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family, but I need to get this off my chest. Back in 2014, when I was 11, my family moved from Colorado to Tucson, Arizona. My dad had gotten this business opportunity he couldn't pass up, so we packed everything and headed southwest. It was a big change. New school, new friends, new everything. But I adjusted pretty well, all things considered. During spring break that year, we drove back to Colorado to visit my cousins in Avondale. They lived in this big house that sat all by itself, surrounded by nothing but open fields. The house itself was pretty modern, concrete exterior, big windows, the whole deal. But something about it always made me uncomfortable. Maybe it was how isolated it was, or how the wind would whistle around the corners at night. Whatever it was, I never slept well there. My cousin Savannah was about my age, and we got along great. One night we were hanging out in her room, just talking about random stuff, when she suddenly got really serious. "Can I tell you something weird?" she asked me. "Sure," I said, not expecting what came next. "Sometimes I see this little girl standing at the end of my bed, just staring at me." The way she said it, so matter-of-fact, made my skin crawl. She didn't seem scared, just confused, like she was trying to figure out if it was normal or not. "What does she look like?" I asked, immediately regretting it. "She's pale, really pale, and she just stands there. Sometimes she's there when I wake up, sometimes she shows up in the middle of the night. She never says anything, just watches." That night, Savannah's friend Taylor came over, and we decided to have a sleepover in the living room. We dragged mattresses downstairs, set up blanket forts, and did all the normal sleepover stuff. Around 10 p.m., we started telling scary stories. That's when Taylor told us about Courtney Road. "It's only like 10 minutes from here," she said, her face lit from below by the flashlight she was holding. "There's this old property where a family used to live. The dad went crazy one night. He murdered his wife, then his son, then his daughter. He even skinned their family dog before burning the whole house down." I remember feeling sick to my stomach as she continued. "People say if you go there at night you can see the ghost of the little girl hanging from a tree. Some people see a white dog that chases them away, but the worst is the tall man." "Tall man?" Savannah asked. "Yeah, he's super tall and wears this black cloak thing. People say if you see him, he follows you home." We stayed up late scaring ourselves with more stories before finally falling asleep around 1 a.m. At least they fell asleep. I was wide awake, staring at the ceiling, thinking about that tall man in the black cloak. I must have dozed off eventually because I remember waking up suddenly around midnight. The house was completely silent. Savannah and Taylor were still asleep on their mattresses. I sat up and looked around the dark living room, trying to figure out what had woken me. That's when I saw it. Standing in the foyer, just visible from where I was lying, was a figure. It was unnaturally tall, its head almost touching the ceiling. It was hunched slightly, as if too tall for the space it was in. I couldn't see its face. It was covered by what looked like a hood. I froze, unable to move, unable to scream, unable to do anything but stare. Then it started speaking. The voice didn't come from the figure in the foyer. It came from directly above my head. It was a low, guttural sound, speaking words I couldn't understand. Not another language, just gibberish. But it felt deliberate, like each syllable meant something terrible. I finally managed to find my voice and screamed for Savannah. I screamed and screamed, but she didn't wake up. The voice above me got louder, drowning out my screams. I covered my ears, but it didn't help. The voice was inside my head now. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, the voice stopped. I was still screaming when Savannah finally woke up. "What's wrong?" she asked, rubbing her eyes. "Did you have a nightmare?" I pointed toward the foyer, but there was nothing there. The tall figure was gone. I tried to explain what happened, but it came out as a jumble of words. Savannah's parents came downstairs to check on us, but I couldn't tell them either. I just said I had a bad dream. We went back to Arizona a few days later, and I tried to forget about what happened, but that's when things started getting weird at home. It started small. I'd hear someone calling my name, but when I'd go to look, no one would be there. My parents told me it was just the air conditioning or the house settling, but I knew better. It was the same voice from that night, that guttural, meaningless language that somehow I could tell was saying my name. Then I started feeling my mattress move at night, not like someone sitting on it, more like it was breathing. Sometimes I'd wake up and feel like someone was standing right next to my bed, but I'd be too scared to open my eyes and look. Shadow figures started appearing in my peripheral vision, just quick, darting movements that disappeared when I turned to look. But they were getting bolder, moving across the room in full view before vanishing into walls or corners. My parents divorced about a year later, and my mum, my sister Jessica, and I moved back to Colorado. Colorado Springs this time, not anywhere near Avondale. I thought maybe things would get better once we left that house in Arizona. They didn't. My sister Jessica was 16 at the time and had been diagnosed with non-epileptic seizures. The doctors said they were caused by stress or anxiety, not by any physical problem with her brain. But after we moved to Colorado Springs, her episodes got worse, much worse. During her episodes, she'd scream about shadow figures holding her down. She said they whispered things to her, terrible things. They told her to hurt herself, to hurt our mom, to hurt me. She tried to commit suicide 3 times that year. She spent more time in psychiatric hospitals than at home. I never told her about what happened at Savannah's house or about the things I'd been experiencing. I was scared it would make her episodes worse. But I knew somehow that what was happening to her was connected to what I'd seen that night. Things came to a head one Sunday at church. We'd started going to this small Pentecostal church because my mum heard they did healing prayers. Jessica had been doing better. She'd been home for almost 2 weeks without an episode. But during the service, she suddenly collapsed. It was her worst episode ever. She was thrashing on the ground, screaming about the shadows holding her down, about the tall man standing over her. The church members surrounded her, laying hands on her, praying in tongues, holding her down as she fought against them. I stood frozen, watching as my sister screamed in agony, her back arching unnaturally off the floor. The pastor kept saying, "In the name of Jesus, I command you to leave her," over and over. Other church members were crying, speaking in languages I didn't understand, some falling to their knees. This went on for maybe 10 minutes, though it felt like forever. Then, suddenly, Jessica went completely limp. Everyone got quiet. For a terrifying moment, I thought she was dead. Then she opened her eyes and started crying, not screaming, just quiet tears rolling down her face. "They're gone," she whispered. "They're finally gone." That was the last violent episode she had. The shadows stopped appearing in our house. The voice stopped calling my name. My mattress became just a mattress again. Whatever had followed me home from Savannah's house that night was gone. Years later, I got curious and did some research on Courtney Road. Turns out the whole story, Taylor told us, was made up during the satanic panic of the 70s and 80s. There was a family who lived there, but they all died of natural causes over the years. The house was eventually burned down by the county to stop teenagers from trespassing on the property. But that doesn't explain what I saw that night at Savannah's. It doesn't explain the tall figure in the foyer or the voice above my head. It doesn't explain what followed me home and tormented my sister for over a year. The only theory I have is that we somehow manifested something that night. By acknowledging the urban legend, by being afraid of it, we gave it power. We accidentally invited something dangerous into our lives. I still talk to Savannah occasionally. Last time we spoke, I casually asked if she ever saw the little girl at the end of her bed anymore. She got really quiet, then said, "I never told anyone about that. How did you know?" I changed the subject. Sometimes I wonder if I should warn people about urban legends, about how believing in them might make them real. But then I think maybe that would just make things worse. Maybe the less said about these things, the better. All I know is that something followed me home that night. Something that almost destroyed my family. And even though it's been years since I've seen or heard anything strange, I still sleep with the lights on just in case. I don't go back to Colorado anymore, not even to visit. Some places are better left behind, some stories are better left untold. I just hope that by sharing this now, I haven't accidentally invited it back. Story 15. I've been wondering for years if I should share this. It's not like I actually remember what happened. That's the weirdest part. I know it happened to me, but the memories aren't mine anymore. This all went down when I was about 4, maybe 5 years old. My mum was a high school teacher, and she got assigned to chaperone the senior class trip to this ski resort in the Andes, right on the border between Chile and Argentina. Since my dad was away on business that week, and we couldn't find anyone to watch me, she had to bring me along. I've seen the photos from that trip so many times. There I am, this tiny kid bundled up in a puffy blue jacket that made me look twice my size, surrounded by teenagers who were probably annoyed to have their teacher's kid tagging along. The resort was this massive wooden lodge-style hotel, the kind with huge windows looking out at the mountains. The photos show snow everywhere, but apparently it wasn't actually ski season yet. Mom says that's why they got such a good deal for the school trip. According to what my mom has told me over the years, I was super excited about staying in a hotel. We had this room on the second floor that connected to her students' rooms so she could keep an eye on them. I remember absolutely nothing about this room. Nothing. Not the beds, not the view, nothing. But I've seen pictures of me sitting on a bed with a dark green comforter, smiling and holding a stuffed penguin I apparently refused to leave home without. Here's where it gets weird. According to my mom, on our first full day there, I announced at breakfast that I was going to go play with the boy upstairs. She figured I meant one of the students' younger siblings, or maybe another kid staying at the resort. She says she followed me to make sure I wasn't bothering anyone, and I led her straight to the third-floor lobby area, a big open space with some couches and these huge windows overlooking the mountains. I apparently just walked in there, sat down on the floor, and started talking to nobody that she could see. She thought I was just playing pretend, which was normal for me at that age. She says she asked me who I was talking to, and I looked at her like she was stupid and said, "Him, the boy with the cars." She couldn't see anyone, but she could hear me chattering away as if I was having a real conversation. She says I was moving my hands like I was rolling toy cars across the floor, making all those car noises kids make. According to her, she just shrugged it off as an imaginary friend thing and told me to come find her when I was done playing. This became our routine for the whole week. After breakfast, I'd run up to the third-floor lobby to play with this kid I called my friend. Mum says she could sometimes hear 2 distinct voices when she'd walk by. My high-pitched little kid voice, and another boy's voice that was softer, with what she describes as a funny accent. She assumed it was just me doing different voices for my imaginary friend. The other teachers and some of the students apparently thought it was cute. One of the students, a girl named Melissa, who used to babysit me sometimes, told my mum she'd gone to check on me and saw me sitting cross-legged on the floor, playing with toy cars she didn't recognize. Old-fashioned looking metal cars, not the plastic ones I had at home. When she asked where I got them, I reportedly told her, "They're his. He lets me play with them because I'm his friend." This didn't seem to worry anyone at the time. Kids have imaginary friends, right? And maybe there was another family staying somewhere else in the hotel with a kid my age. On our last day there, while the students were loading their bags onto the bus, my mum went to the front desk to settle our bill. She mentioned to the manager, this older woman with silver hair pulled back in a tight bun, that she hoped my playmate and I hadn't made too much noise in the lobby all week. Mum says the manager's face just drained of color, like went completely white. She asked my mom what I looked like, and when Mom described me, the manager asked, "And who has he been playing with?" Mom explained that I'd been playing with some blonde boy on the 3rd floor, probably another guest's child. The manager shook her head slowly and said something that my mum will never forget. "Senora, your group has been our only guests this week. It's not skiing season. There are no other children in this hotel." My mum laughed it off at first. She thought the manager was confused or that maybe it was a staff member's kid. But the manager was dead serious. She took my mum aside and explained that in the 1960s, during a terrible blizzard, a British family had been stranded at the hotel. Their young son had wandered off during the night and was found frozen in that 3rd-floor lobby the next morning. They couldn't get emergency services up the mountain because of the storm. According to the manager, the staff had known for decades that the boy's spirit never left. Housekeepers would find toy cars moved around in that lobby. Sometimes guests would report hearing a child laughing or seeing a blonde boy in old-fashioned clothes out of the corner of their eye. But the manager said in all her years working there, she'd never heard of the ghost boy actually playing with another child. Mum says she felt ice cold, despite standing next to a roaring fireplace. She thanked the manager, paid our bill, and practically ran to get me onto the bus. As we were driving down the mountain, she casually asked me about my friend from the hotel. Apparently I looked up from my coloring book and said, "He has yellow hair and green pants, and a jacket with a funny black tie, and a yellowish shirt." Then I added, "He's always cold. He says he's not cold when I play with him, though." When she asked about the toys we played with, I said, "He has long toys, car toys, old ones, not like mine at home." When she asked his name, I reportedly just shrugged and said I didn't know. He never told me. Mum says she tried to keep her voice steady when she asked if my friend had told me anything else. According to her, I thought for a minute, then said, "He said he's always there. He can't leave. He's waiting for his mom and dad to come back and find him." Then I apparently noticed her face and asked, "Am I in trouble?" She assured me I wasn't, but I could tell something was wrong. By the time we got home, I was already forgetting details about my friend. Within a few weeks, I didn't mention him at all anymore. Here's the really messed up part. I have zero recollection of any of this. None. I remember other things from when I was that age, like the time I fell off my tricycle and needed stitches, or my 5th birthday party with the dinosaur cake. But that entire week at the hotel is just blank, not even a trace of a memory. My family has videos from that trip, footage of me running around with the high school kids, building a snowman, eating in the hotel restaurant. There's even a clip where my mom asked me on camera what I did that morning, and little me says, "I played with my friend upstairs. He showed me his cars." I'm clearly excited, bouncing up and down, but watching it is like watching a stranger. I have no connection to that moment at all. The only thing that makes me think there might be something buried deep in my subconscious is this. I've had this recurring dream since I was a kid. In it, I'm sitting in a big room with windows and it's snowing outside. I'm not scared or anything. I'm actually having fun. There's someone sitting across from me, but their face is always blurry, like when you try to focus on someone in a dream but can't quite make them out. We're playing with these old-fashioned toy cars, rolling them back and forth. And it's cold. So cold I can see my breath. But I'm not bothered by it. Then the dream always ends the same way. The blurry figure looks up at me and says something I can't quite hear, and I get this overwhelming feeling of sadness. Not fear, just a deep, crushing sadness. Like I've lost something important. I've tried hypnotherapy, meditation, everything to recall what actually happened that week. Nothing works. My mum swears it all happened exactly as she's told me. The students who were on that trip, now adults in their 30s, remember me talking to myself in that lobby all week. One of them even found an old journal entry where she wrote about Mrs. Rivera's creepy kid who keeps playing with a ghost. I've thought about trying to track down that hotel and go back, but honestly, I'm scared. Not of seeing a ghost. I'm scared that I'll remember. That whatever made my brain lock away those memories did so for a reason. Maybe some things are better left forgotten. But sometimes, when I'm half asleep or when I see a kid playing with toy cars, I get this flash, just for a second, of sitting across from a pale blonde boy with sad eyes, who smiles when I ask him to play. And I wonder if he's still there, waiting in that hotel lobby, hoping another kid will come along who can see him. I don't remember him, but sometimes I think he remembers me.